All right, waiting, we are live. So, quick little update here on me and my life. Long overdue for a shower. I'll maybe do that later. Gonna try and work on some shit. I haven't been streaming lately because I've been really sick. I think I caught a cold from one of the kids. Also, I got a copyright strike on YouTube, and I don't actually know what that means, but like if I go to my dashboard, I get this warning here. I mean, it's because I was streaming some music that I shouldn't have. So there's copyright content. Why aren't these thumbnails loading? YouTube. Here we go. Apparently there was copyrighted content in this video. It's so weird. It's like, oh, that one's allowed. Like, no problem. And then on some of them, like all these streams, this is where it was here. Oh, internet, you're so fast. Partially blocked. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Well, let's go check it out. Can we play this bad boy? I don't have my headphones on. Let me do that so I can hear what. Doesn't seem like there's any audio yet. Let me minimize this so it's not... How come there's no audio? Did they just chop out all the audio from the stream? I was talking during that. They're like deleting my content. Oh, there it is. Wait, that was weird. Why did it... YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? Like... Okay, so the audio was there, but it wasn't playing the first time. Why can't I stop this? Seriously, what is going on here? The aliens have broken my YouTube. Is this not what I'm... Oh, it's playing on both screens. I was like, what the fuck? Alright, so I think the beginning of the movie has... Oh, it does. Okay. But then, why is it partially blocked? Where does it even say that? It's on the other screen. It doesn't say it on this screen. How did I get to Amazon? That's fucking crazy. Oh yeah, I kind of remember this. Oh, this is Charlie's birthday. Yeah, there it is. Alright, so... I don't know why it was partially blocked. Seems like, seems kind of bullshit, actually, but, whatever. Don't feel like digging into that right now. Can I just close this whole group? Fine. Thing is that it's still in memory, so it's still open. It's like... Alright, now I think it's probably not in memory, and I'd have to reload the pages. Fucking Chrome is a massive memory hog. But that's a whole nother story. Alright, so... Ooh, icons suck, but I guess it's what I'm doing right now. I'm playing around with layouts, and... Okay, so it's this router. This is the thing I need to figure out. So right now I have these two different directory.json files. One of them just does the framework files. And so I could just ignore the framework at this level, or ignore the framework's children at this level. or just collapse it. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways I could slice this one, and I'm not really sure. Man, these are some decisions, huh? It's like doesn't really matter, sort of matters. I mean, it actually does matter because it kind of like, well, what you, especially if you're gonna display a bunch of shit that doesn't need to be there, like it's gonna chunk up the layout. But right now, maybe I don't know if I want the whole damn thing. I could make it a lot smaller, more compact. I don't necessarily. I mean, it loads. Everything loads pretty quick. Well, that was actually took like a half a second to load. Why did that take so long? I don't know. Shouldn't it be like relatively instant? So I mean, it doesn't really matter. But I mean, I'm gonna have to make all these decisions at some point. But like this whole router thing is like, um, it's well, it's kind of complex the way that the directory data is loaded. I mean, it's not that complex, but it's like kind of tricky. And but all right, so I've decided in the past that because it does automatic navigation, it's a file system managed, like bit, that it's a pretty cool pattern. And getting the actual things to load. Okay, so that one loaded properly. Well, but that was a real link. That one actually linked to this test page. Um, Maybe these should be spaced out. I don't know. Well, the expanded multi-level menu, I don't know how I feel about that either. I kind of think that having, these be collapsed is probably better, and then you click once to go into it. Maybe the twirl down arrow is not a bad idea for some of them that can be twirled down. It's just so that you can have a way to, and then the main click event is launching it as like a link. So you can either twirl down and then dig into it, or you can just click on it and go to that page. But there's a million different ways these menus could work. You could click on one of these things, and instead of twirling down, it could slide over. So the kind of parent level slides to the left, and the child level slides into the right. And so I kind of want to prototype these things. I mean, that would require an animation. I don't really have animations yet. So actually, the simpler way is just switching it. You would just switch from, when you click on framework, then it just switches this to the children, which is sort of like just linking to it. But instead of this, so this is like a big, hard page load and goes to a whole different page that has no continuity with the previous one. But from a navigational standpoint, if when you clicked on the link and it went to the page, it was sort of the same view, and then it just kind of expanded the nav there. I mean, that's not a bad way to do it either. As long as you have like a cohesive experience, then I'd like to get some client-side routings and lazy loading so I don't have to reload the page, but that's all going to come later. So, I don't know. My speed of development is so slow that it's like, I don't know, the light at the light at the end of the tunnel is kind of fading, but I think there's some potential here. The thing's not really working yet. I still got to think through all the page names. Maybe keeping the extension in the URL is the most clear way. I was thinking about just chopping this off. In fact, I did down here. I don't know, should it be and then have the full file name and the nav too? Maybe it's the best way because it's just like, well, I don't know, for the actual homepage, I was thinking about using this hash router to have like really clean routes like this. But then the problem with this is capitalization. Like, do I just capitalize the first letter? I mean, that's a pretty quick and dirty and easy way to do it. It's not exactly. I don't know, like UX, for example. Do we want if should either be both lowercase or both uppercase? Doing an uppercase U and a lowercase X just looks funny, right? I don't know. Maybe it's fine, but like having some control over the appearance of all these things. Well, to do that in like a modular way, you'd probably want to export some page object from the page that then has like a slug and a label, and now you can type in and configure these properly, but that just makes it a lot dirtier. And I mean, coming up with a system to just customize the capitalization, I mean, is that really what I'm getting hung up over? Why don't I just go with this, like lowercase links? Well, I mean, definitely as like a main nav, it looks better to have capitals. And for the main nav, I might want to have more fine-grained control over what goes on there, and so instead of rendering like all the things. Now I could have a button in here, sort of like one of these even, that's just twirls this down. So if I want to see, it's sort of like a sitemap. Just so if I'm whipping some shit together and want to get to that page, I don't have to like go type it out into the URL bar, although that's like arguably faster. So I don't know. I mean, I could run with this right now and just start hacking some shit together. But it's like, why do I really want to move away from fixing? I mean, this doesn't even work right now. Like, it hardly works. I can get like the real pages to work as long as there's a real page. It'll link to it properly. But okay, so like this Explorer page doesn't have. Doesn't have a real. No, it's the ext directory that doesn't have the real index.html file, and so it's trying to do this hash routing, and it's just not working. Now this actually is the right URL, but it's not going, and it did. What's crazy is that I think it's actually reloading the page. You can see in the console tools. That one going forward doesn't. Didn't I say on any hash change? Let's look at this. Hash change. So I think, yeah, we want to do this on all. On all hash changes. So whenever the back or forward button is pushed, all right, so then, yeah, so it's reloading the page properly. I can go back and forth, and now it's properly reloading it. But what's interesting is that it doesn't flash anything. Maybe Chrome's gotten better at not doing that. Like, so when you go to a different page, well, that didn't actually flash white in between either. That's kind of wild. It seems to be doing much smoother, not doing that white bar in between. It's loading pretty quick. All right, so anyway, the UX thing here is like no, it was ext, sorry. Ext is the this fake page, and it's not set up because, yeah, it's trying to load. Well, it's trying to load the thing at the wrong URL, so I could fix that real quick. It's if there's a hash, import the thing. But so I think it actually works for this one. Let's see if we can get anything from my page. Gotta get both of these working. Test my page, console.log, hello from my page. The AI is pretty smart. Hello from my page. Okay, and we're gonna turn these hotkeys for this thing. Let's see if it's, all right, now it's working. The whole focus thing that I was having a problem with yesterday, the browser was unfocusing when I'd reload, and now it's, I think just closing the tab and creating a new tab, that tab was having some issues, and the issues got even worse, and then just closing out the tab and creating a new tab seemed to fix a bunch of it. So all these, line 98, app, which app is it? 98. Yes, this one. We'll just comment that out. Got a lot of useless comments all over my page. Okay, so it's actually loading my page properly. Now where that renders and switching this content out and doing all that funny business is going to be a whole nother thing that I got to figure out. I need some sort of pager, right? Yeah, so what is this? This is the main index content area, and we want to, it's this main center. What am I hearing? Dominating each other, biting each other's neck. All right, so where was I? Well, I was wondering if I could use section elements for, might look kind of nice to have the columns be set. Well, the sidebar could be in a side, or is there a sidebar element? Is there a sidebar HTML element? No. Aside. Okay. Well, I can fuck with all that later. Not really worried about it, but so paging the center area here. It has two columns, and the layout on the center is set up for this flex column business, and it's also a flex column of itself. And I think maybe the problem with the flex layouts is that once you say display flex on this, it starts acting differently. Well, it's also, so when you put the flex on there by itself, it's kind of shrinking, and then you have to do flex 1 to grow, where if it's, and the flex 1 is really flex 110, or is it 110? Forget how those work. I think I can just look at the computed to figure it out. What is the flex basis? Yeah, 110%. Which I think is decent, but I think that the default for flex basis, it's not even going to show me. I don't think it's the default for flex basis. Auto, yeah. So if you do, I don't know. I'm not sure I like flex layouts. They're still kind of confusing to me. They kind of switch things up, and you gotta like, there's multiple properties that kind of coordinate the whole thing. As like a dumb container that you just don't want much layout on. you know, if you're going to import some random thing and throw it in this well here with all this padding, it sort of has to be designed for that. Not necessarily. I mean, you could, well, like this white card here could be full screen or in there. Or so it seems to handle transparent stuff as well as not. But, well, let's say you have like, you want more of like a toolbar and sidebar type of a user experience. I mean, you could load toolbars and headers and, you know, whatever you want in there. You can put iframes in there. I mean, you could, getting this thing switching properly and putting whatever the heck you want in there is actually, I mean, this is the essence of interactive shit, right? It's like sort of like Notion. You know, you have all these things that you can click on, and it'd be nice if I could get like a decent flow in Notion, but man, you know, like, well, like I was just thinking if I could come back to this framework page, which is so freaking, why is it so narrow? I think what's weird is if I go into notes, let me just go into this framework and put a space. Whoops, no, a space right here. So it goes to the top of my notes list. And then when I open it in here, I believe this, yeah, this is like a, it's like, you see I was hugging the edge of this? It's not like centered. And so it gets really wide. Look at how wide this text is down here. But if you, you close that and open it over here, it's a different layout. Now it's kind of like, it's not very wide. It's just long centered thing. And I don't like it. I think it's too narrow, or it's just floating in the middle of nowhere. And but the idea is that I could come back to, you know, like in the morning to jog my memory. Where was I? Where is the framework at? What is it? What does it look like? Where are all the things, the core, the UX? I'm starting to, you know, build some of this stuff out in the actual framework directories. I probably should just move everything to core, but that's going to cause some rewrite or some import issues. I'm going to have to go and adjust all the import statements. When you move shit around, it's fucking kind of stupid. But this is the world we live in. So let's see which things are going to need. Where is this one? Test index. So anything imported from this app should be fine, actually. Now all these framework things that are going to move, so like that one, framework app is now going to be framework core app. Maybe I do these, just export these from like a core. Maybe you have a framework / core.js. So right in here, alongside some of these, I have a core.js. Just to make your import statements a little bit cleaner, it'd be like framework / core.js. And then all the core things are available there. So if you want just like an easy one-liner, you can import all the things. That's probably the best way to do it. It would then automatically import the whole core, which then you could like try and piecewise the core, but the core is supposed to be pretty core, so I think that makes sense. But like, God, I don't know if I want to start doing that. All right, let's set it up because I think it's worthy to clean up this whole thing. I think this lib here can go somewhere else because these tests, now this is mine, this should maybe, I don't know, be like, maybe it could be in a lib or just in the core. Yeah, I'd probably put it in the core. I think it is kind of part of my standard one-liner. I don't really use it that much. Don't really need to unless I'm doing something tricky. It can be useful though. All right, so the core is gonna. I don't know if I want to just start dragging all of them. Let's see here. I'm going to start breaking shit. Let's see. In this folder, find in folder, app/app.js, for example. Well, how about just a /app/? What the fuck is this file? Hosting, Firebase hosting, something or another. Let's ignore that one. We can hope they don't fuck their own shit up. Alright, this is in app.js, which is the main loof. See, I almost think calling this loo42.js. It is an app, but it's so confusing to have so many goddamn app files. I should probably fix that or rethink that. But in here, God, we need more space. See these long ass import statements. So there's one that will have to be changed. So forget the directory, that'll update itself. Isn't this the same file? No, this is index, okay. Can we not click on that file? What the fuck? We click there, okay. Doesn't look like we're using this. So I think maybe we can just nix it, and then this one will update itself. Try and get a handle on all the import statements. Module, what? This is old. What? How does this even work? That's crazy. Do I not use any of those divs? I thought I did use them. But the /module doesn't even work anymore. How does this fucking... Alright, I have... These weird anomalies, it's like, shouldn't this page not work? App.js from where? What is this? /module? How is that still alive? That file shouldn't exist. Is it just cached? Jesus Christ, what is going on here? Whoops. There shouldn't be a module folder. Public, oh, that's why it's still working. That's fucking stupid. Alright, so my server is set up to serve at the module path, my shared modules library. It was just a way that I was trying to get like a kind of like a library to share between any project, and it's not very configurable because I don't really have a good way to extend the server for different projects. I mean, I sort of do, but it's not really the best. Well, so how do I do this? Well, essentially, just in the fly index import, we just want these to be framework. I think this should work as is. Okay, good. Now we're pulling these from the new app, and I don't think anything broke. I can hear my fans whirring up. It doesn't really make me feel good when the fans start going. It makes me feel like, oh, we're doing something too heavy, like, and it's usually the CPU that's doing that shit. I don't think the GPU causes that type of shit. So I'm not sure why. I think maybe we could just limit the frame rate, and then it's not doing as many. I mean, it seems to be not cooking right now, but I think creating a better like UI for your positioning here. It's like you kind of, as you're flying around, you're kind of getting this wobble where you're kind of, I'm not looking at the circle. So putting like a overlay around the plane that kind of shows like very precisely like when you're perfectly lined up, and then like, and it could have different scales to it essentially, where you have like a micro. Why is that? Why is this rendering down here and not over there? Is it? It must be a distance thing, but why can't I get closer to the fucking? That's wild. Why is that like so asymmetrical though? Why is it only rendering? Shouldn't it be like evenly all the way around? Maybe it's because I was on one side of the level. I don't know. That was kind of funky. Maybe I need to get higher here. Yeah, it's definitely green over here to the right. But then it's only down here. Why is that? And the plane is offset a little bit from the right of the screen, and I'm not really sure why. I don't. It might have something to do with this, but I need to add some CSS to fix the scroll bars. I don't think those were there before. I think maybe I lost some CSS or something. It's possible. Well, let's get off of this for a second, and I should probably fix that though, because it makes it. All right, let's see if I can fix it real quick. So I probably should have like page-based CSS, right? Let's see if I can whip something like that together real quick. Doesn't have to be in the I think I'm just gonna do a little one here that says, wait, we didn't initialize the body yet. That's in ready, right? Yeah, we don't do that until down here. We don't really have to do that. It's just, where's the initialized body? That's actually in the root app. Fuck. Well, let's extend it, make things real complicated here. It's basically just this, that it doesn't do this until the window's loaded. This could be a mistake. I think we're waiting, we're like delaying everything until the thing is loaded, which might slow it down in a way. I could fix that, but let's just do this real quick. Alright, whoops. I'm gonna put this under like here, because that's kind of the order it goes in. Need a comma there. Alright, this should work. And then down here we say this dot body dot AC window dot location. Now I don't know what this is doing. I think this is removing a forward slash. What is the window location path name here? Yeah, it is with the 2 slashes. Oh, I lost it. So, I think, yeah, it's the beginning forward slash and the ending. It's just getting rid of them. I think that's actually right. Good job, computer. You're so fucking smart. It's creepy. Alright, so now we have it not working, because is this not using the app fly index? This is using the framework app. We actually want to, what we're going to do is put our thing after these things and then make this slash little app. And then not create a new app. How come it's not? The socket's connected. Why didn't it reload that shit? Now it is. Oh my god. So let's see here. No more scroll bars. Why? I don't fucking know. Maybe it has something to do with the max min height, or I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ. Over scroll behavior, none. Does Fly have its own CSS? Where is that even coming from? Oh, fuck. Okay. This is not a good idea to have hidden CSS in the index.html. I guess it's not terrible. I'm just going to leave it. It works. Whatever. Okay, let's move on. I'm not sure why that wasn't there before, though. Or why it just... There must be some CSS from the site that helps. Maybe it has something to do with removing the padding. Margin 0, padding 0, or whatever. Alright, so... where was I? Yeah, I mean, getting this thing to work properly could be kind of a pain in the butt. Well, because I need a pager. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about these sections, getting the right layout on the container, and then thinking about what kind of things can be dropped in here. This is one thing that I haven't really toyed around with a lot. Like, Figma might be a better place to experiment with just throwing shit around. Like, what color is it? How does it interact with the main sidebar? Can you have like multiple wells with this effect here where it kind of flows from one sidebar to the next, or at least, yeah, the active tab just kind of flows into the next one. It looks kind of cool. It's a little confusing. I think it could be cleaned up a bit, but I don't know, just playing around with the alignment and spacing to get it to jive a little bit better. Also, like, these down here and this up here just are a little, like, not sure the hierarchy structure. Playing around with this isn't really what I want to do right now. There's so many options. Okay, topic pages could be cool. That's actually a really nice and simple layout because there's so much potential for it. You got a big title, it matches the category. Do I want to try and get the well thing going on with this? Probably not right now, especially multi-level makes it way harder. I don't know if I've actually gotten the well. So the well look with multi-level, okay, is like this. It needs, it doesn't have to, well, so the idea with the flowy tabs are that the background color connects. It's seamless. It just flows right there. So it's not bad. You know, this could be at the top and align perfectly, which actually looks a little bit worse almost. It's just, it's not clear what's going on. Like, it's just like, wait, this thing is this the same thing or are these two different things? Because your brain kind of is telling you, wait, these are two different things, I think. This one's small and up there. It's actually misaligned. What the fuck? How is that possible? What is this 30? Our height is not set to hug. Is that the problem? But then what is... I don't think we want... Well, actually, maybe that... I think I did that on one of the other ones where you just add a little bit of space up there. You can also put something up there. Whereas this one, okay, you can put something up there. You can put a lot of stuff up there even, but the more stuff you put up there, the more this pushes this down, and you don't want to... You got a limited screen space. You don't want to push it down too far and not be able to see everything. These are really big. So another thing I'm realizing here is that maybe it's too big, but I kind of need, want/need big things to take up the space. Like, my screen is huge, and the font sizes on this, like 36, it's pretty big, but it's not that big. It's just, when I look around other apps, it seems like, what's the font size? Like, this font size is pretty goddamn small. Let's see if I can figure out roughly what font size this is. So if we go 0 on this, I think that's... This is a different font, but just to get a rough idea, 16? It's probably 16. That's pretty default. Yep. All right, so this is 20. I think that's good for the base font. And then going bigger is fine. And some of these things are big too, like the H1s, and mine are, I don't know, just, I guess it's kind of a similar thing. I'm not sure why mine just feels so big. And like, well, this is bigger than this. This is a problem. I'll just get rid of this. I don't know what the heck that is for. These are more like side notes and maybe contextual where they pair up with something in here. I'm not really sure exactly how this works. I'm gonna have to play around with these. I think I might want to create, so one of the problems with creating all this shit here is that it's just like, I start running with it, I throw some shit around, and then I get these things, but there's so many, like, it takes a long time to throw the shit together to make it look reasonable, and it's not perfect, and I'm not trying to make them perfect. It's just more like, okay, well, how would that look? What if we did this? And then I test it, and then figure out what it looks like. And because I haven't explored this design space, and frankly, exploring like these infinite. Well, okay, let's just say as the level of complexity grows, the number of different pieces, as it grows, the outcome. Like there's a lot of different things going on this screen. Well, especially my whole screen with Figma, and then this thing inside of it. But this is sort of like a Figma type, it's like a workspace with columns, sidebars, multi-column workflows, properties and tabs and shit. Okay, so the more complexity, the harder it is to kind of. Well, it's harder to feel through the design space, like all the permutations. When you're working with one little card and you have like a limited amount of padding and sizing and type, it's like one simple layout, one box, one small set of text elements. I mean, now text can actually be so dynamic, like color, size, weight, spacing, whatever, hierarchy, grouping the sections. That is actually pretty dynamic in and of itself, but it's the more layouts, the more combinations, and then it's like the interactions. Like when your brain sees the whole thing, how does it look? There's like a lot of gray going on, gray and white, and kind of like this layering, but it's starting to come together in terms of like this intuitive, this is what we're used to when we look at different apps that have a nice look to them. I think this is the guy who got me banned on, got my video blocked on, got my copyright strike. Could listen to stream beats. Let's actually turn some on and see. Does this always start at the beginning? That button wasn't working before. I'm actually, it kind of flashed on and then off and then back on. Or was it just a delay? It clicked it and then it didn't. Well, it did like, I think it did some sort of flicker. Yeah, maybe it dimmed. There's a little flicker. There's a flicker. That's weird. I don't know what's going on there. Well, if we hit skip. Alright, now we get to a different one. Well, let's see if these actually work. I don't think it was this guy's music that got me to strike. This is supposed to be legit, but he also says like YouTube's algorithm isn't perfect, and so sometimes it just throws some shit on there that's gives you a warning. But anyway, the layout here is there's some crazy layout shit going on. I think when you get these things, this is when this reactive and doesn't it look like David Lanz is giving him a finger? You probably can't tell because the way the stream is so. He's doing some funny hand gesture here too, but it's too small. I don't know why the images are so small and you can't make them big. Anyway, getting distracted. But I was thinking about the colors, the subtle color shifts in layout. I think too much, like these, I don't know, it makes sections. If you need sections, you want them very visually distinct, you know, these little cards. It's not a bad idea to show that they're kind of separate things. It's just like unrelated. These things are related. This is one little block. But then you kind of just have this here where there is no box around the stop area. It's just kind of like the container. And then you always have that question, do you make it a block? It's basically padding or no padding. But also, you know, can you see, this is double padding. It's like this space here, and there's this space here. The black area is like a grab bar, I think, but I guess you could even say it's, yeah, there's, as are streaming here to see, but there's actually 3 colors here. 1, 2, 3, well, no, 4. There's this reddish, there's the black bar in between the dark gray and the light gray. Anyway, we could prove that. Why are there more? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so layouts, themes, all this stuff. I think the flowy type nav is something that I would have been kind of, I don't know, like gravitating towards. And the idea is basically just being able to click next. Most of the time the next is like at the bottom of the last page. So as you're done with that thing, you can go to the next one. It also could be like up in the top right. It could be like a breadcrumbs, like back to the last thing and next to the next thing. And then it could also just be part of the nav here where you can click on the next one. Should there be a next button? I don't know, I think one next button is fine, but it could be sticky or more like, well, this is like the nav. This is the hideable nav. See, I'm getting fucking focus issues again. The hotkey works once and then stops working. That's wild. Let's see if duplicating this and closing the other one does the same thing. I don't know if it has something. Maybe it's the dev tools that are capturing it. It's also after a reload. Oh, that worked. Let's try again. It's reloading and working. Maybe it is the dev tools. So reload, hotkey doesn't work. Click in there, hotkey works. Reload, hotkey works once. Oh, and multiple times reload, hotkey works. Okay. Well, so what happened when I first got here is that I did it once to hide it, and then I went to show it again, and the hotkey just didn't work. There's something weird with the events getting lost. But let's see here. The next button. So the idea is that you can just, and you might not want this just in the nav. This is sort of like a modular thing. Like you might want to, what if you put a block in here and you wanted to create multiple versions of it just by clicking a button to cycle through the next one. A lot of people have been trying to do this. Like I haven't, well, one issue is going to jump up and down if they're different heights. But if they're generally like the same height and you're just changing one little thing, like a color or whatever, then maybe you click next and it just does some little change, and it's, you know, pretty easy. For CS, I mean, it could be a CSS toggle thing. Although the CSS toggles, I was thinking, could be like a button bar of CSS names, and you just click them on and off to see what that thing does. A CSS visualization. It's sort of just, God, this is probably not worth running with. Am I in the right file here? I haven't made a June one yet, but we're just gonna put it in here. We're gonna go CSS viz toggle. So this is for like templating. Let's just say we have a thing and we have that's a 1, not like an L or something. It's not real clear. Like, if you just saw that, you wouldn't know whether that is that the L? What just happened there? That was weird. Yeah, this thing is fucking bugging out sometimes. Need to make my own Figma. So that's the L, that's the 1. But sometimes an L has that thing, but I guess sometimes the L also has the bottom thing, doesn't it? Doesn't like a wasting time. I'd have to check a whole bunch of, yeah, look, doesn't the serif L looks a lot like a 1. That's crazy. I never really realized that. I wonder if there's a reason why a 1 and a little L look so similar. It might just be like because they're both lines. I guess when you're writing them, it must be sans serif, right? Meriwether is serif, and this is sans serif, I think. I don't know why we need another word for not. Sand. Okay, so, well, forget that. Yeah, Meriwether, and well, this whole discrepancy between the, I guess maybe bringing it down more, making it very distinctly a 1, and then maybe the L kind of loops around or something to make it very distinctly an L. Not really sure about that, but so this CSS viz here, it's definitely could be a little smaller. We're zoomed way in. It's really small. So these would be kind of. I'm not a fan of the. Spacing on that. I think we just want a little bit of this. Maybe around these. Drag on that one. That looks kind of cool. It's a little clashy. Maybe we bring it way down. And then why is this so bold? I think if it's turned on, I think maybe medium just so it's not too visible. And then, well, so toggling them on and off and configuring the toggle states. If it's disabled, you want this to be like really disabled. Still enough contrast to read it, but probably take that down like that, and then even dimmer like that, and then this one can get even lighter. Could be white, doesn't necessarily have to be white, but just a clear way to tell whether it's on or off. Checkbox would work. You don't have to have backgrounds on these. It's just sort of like, I don't know. So this one's interesting here in Figma, this word prototype. It's a tab system. Not entirely clear that it's a tab. It looks sort of like a button. And you wouldn't know that like that's what's going on unless you've clicked them before and got familiar with it. I think tabs should be more intuitively tabby. Like these, you know, at the top with the X next to them, like you just know that those are tabs. And I should probably build something like that. It's just, you need persistence. You need like a lot of systems running to manage those tabs. Maybe the AI could help me set something like that up, but like you really want to have a good fundamental grasp of what kind of code and structure and what kind of capabilities. Like, I think you could very easily design the thing poorly and then it just doesn't work very well. I guess if it works, then it works. I don't know. AI code is a whole crazy thing. But okay, so CSS visualization. What I was thinking was there are interactions between the classes. When there's two kind of components to it, there's the HTML versus CSS. And I'm not actually feeling how this is going to work entirely. It's basically like, maybe scale down just a touch. That's really small now. 13. These could be 14. Not super important. I think these are pretty small over here. I think these get really small. Is this the same font size as this? Maybe it is. It's hard to for my eyes to tell. I think these are just look bigger because they're caps. Well, so part of the thing is like, where do the styles come from? Oh, also, you have these parent child systems, and frankly, if it's like that, meh. Do I really want to put this in here? My auto layout skills are being tested. This kind of thing, and this should go this way. I've never done one of these before, to be honest. This needs to be hug. And I don't know, should this be hug? Usually I don't do variable width containers. This is a strange thing. Like, used variable height auto layouts a ton. Is it different? I mean, it's the way the text grows is, you know, like text wraps. If you have a fixed size, I mean, the text keeps growing. If you fix the size of this, that's what I was trying to show. The text will just wrap to the next thing. So that's like a multi-dimensional, but it's fixed width. That only happens when it's fixed width, or if it's variable width, and it just keeps growing and doesn't know how to wrap. Unless you enforce a line break, either a big line break or a shift enter small line break, which is kind of confusing, but sometimes helpful. This fucking slide is so bad. Alright, let's see how many screen rotations it takes to lower this from, well, let's just see how many it is for one screen. So basically I'm going to go from here all the way up. Does it wrap to the other side? That's kind of interesting. They must, how do they hijack my cursor to do that? Because that's an OS level thing. That's kind of wild. Anyway, the 3,400 pixels is about 20%. So if you want to go from more like 40%, you gotta like 1, 2, 3, lift the mouse so many times. It's crazy how slow that is. You do not need this level of line spacing control. Whoever made that decision is retarded. Okay, so, and doesn't everyone know that? Like, doesn't anyone use that thing and be like, hey guys, this is a bit broken. Okay, so let's try and stay focused. The idea here is that if this thing, let's go grab a check mark. And doesn't have to be red, doesn't have to be this big. We're going to leave this here so we have an original. This thing's size is already all jacked up, so we're just going to willy-nilly. Now I think this should be more UI-like for this prototype thing. You need both states, basically. Well, could it go primary if it's checked? That's kind of a cool thing. not obviously a checkbox there, huh? Never done this before. I'm kind of just willy-nillying it around, but essentially a parent class could, it doesn't really need to add or remove the child classes just by, well, if this toggle is like whether or not a div has a class, it'd be more like parent class. Toggling it off would disable the application of all those rules. Well, if you're proper, depends on how you're selecting it, but if you're properly scoping them, well, I don't know, this is something I haven't thought about in a while, the whole specificity issue. Let's think about this for a second. Is basically only use one selector for everything. Once you use two selectors, it's a lot harder to override. It's not necessarily, you just have to be sure to put the overrides in the right place. So I hope that music's not too loud that you can't even hear me. Could turn it down. Yeah, it's pretty loud actually. Let's turn it. It's not too loud in my ear. But we could turn it way down. I think music's supposed to be pretty quiet, especially if it's background music. I was just adjusting the little bars here. It's all the way up at 0 dB. 0. Well, it's not 0 dB as in like 0 volume. It's more like no adjustment, and then this is like off, completely off. Can't even see the bars. Now you can see them a little bit, but before. Anyway, I think that's probably a good spot there. I could use this volume bar, which definitely affects it too, and so there's a lot of sources of the volume, but this one I hear, this one changes the level, the volume level in my ear, but in my headphones. But the OBS one I don't hear. This doesn't get louder or turn the volume off. This is only what the stream hears. Kind of crazy. This is pretty quiet. I think I had this at -16. Whatever. We'll fuck with that later. Okay, so that's kind of a cool UX. But as I was saying earlier, part of the problem with doing shit in Figma, it's a lot faster. I can just whip shit together. Getting something like that, like actually rendering properly in the browser right now, I just don't have the right layout set up. And I have the check mark. Is it a check mark or a check box? I'm always like, check box. Tongue twister. Yeah, the CSS specificity issue. I'm just generally feeling like there's a way to solve the CSS issue once and for all. And it does sort of have to do with like toggle groups. That's what these should be called, because it's really toggle trees. It's sort of like when you have, you know, a whole tree in the sidebar here, and I toggle it off, the whole thing. Excuse me. What the fuck was that? Why did all of these go off? I think that just bugged out. What the hell? Why did these go off? I think it just bugged out. That's crazy. Okay, so what's amazing is that, you know, the thing works pretty well without too many bugs, and I find it, you know, it's a fairly useful program. Like I'm able to run with it without getting too frustrated. Sometimes, only rarely, just weird shit like that happens, and so, you know, it's you know, each app is sort of building trust, like minute by minute, usage by usage, and if it works pretty well most of the time, you overlook those things, like, whatever. But if that shit keeps happening, then once a new alternative pops up, you're like, fuck yeah, let's get out of there. That's UX 101. This is a pretty crazy fundamental layout right here. I've never even seen one of these before. I mean, I've seen stuff like it, but it's like, it's just so clean, and I kind of feel like clicking anywhere, maybe not down here. I don't know, like this click, if you let this whole thing be clickable, like all the way over here, then if you clicked here, then it's a miss. That seems like a bad mistake. But expanding the click region just is a kind of pain in the butt. Maybe you just have the pointer cursor disappear, so when you're hovered over here, it's clear that when you click it works, and then when you miss, you miss. It should be pretty easy to click on if you can click the name and it just toggles it for you. I don't know if that's what you'd want. You could put a menu button. Ooh, a hamburger. Don't I have one? I'm sure I have one somewhere. Oh baby, look at all these layouts. Who made these beautiful layouts? Where's my hamburger? Time it would take to pull a new hamburger from the icon. Time it would take to draw a fucking 3 lines. Oh my god. Alright. You gotta frame it properly. I guess I'm just gonna make it big for now. Oops. We gotta click out to then alt drag it. Shift A. Actually want these to fill. Can these not fill? There we go, fill. So I can adjust them with the parent, and then the separator to be auto, so they also fill. And that's going to be way more useful in a second when I add why are these blue lines? I think it had something to do with that UI thing I was doing, but we definitely want these black and probably rounded, because it just looks a little cleaner, I think. Definitely center. Whoops, probably should have clicked these. Okay. Tighten that up for sure. Maybe, I don't know, is this frame supposed to be text height? Where it like fills the size? It's kind of an interesting idea, but I think generally the way I do it is, or at least the more useful way to do it, is just to sort of have this be the frame. Yeah, but you actually, no, you need another frame to center it, because you want to be able to resize it in the place and have it line up properly. Yeah, I've done this a lot, but like now it's just becoming more clear that having a double frame here, I mean, this one doesn't even have to be a frame, but it just is useful or necessary for this setup. So I can resize it in the frame, I can make them wider. I should alt drag when I do that, and then this one is it's too big. Alright, so we're gonna scale this down. Maybe the strokes get a little bigger, like 2 points. That's pretty fat, but I'm getting fat these days, so maybe it's okay. What was I doing with this hamburger? Auto? No. Auto's gonna space them all out equally. I guess we group these two. Shift A. Fill. Pushes it all the way over. Now here's where things get a little iffy. I think I just scale this down and it works properly because it's vertically centered. Maybe we didn't need the frame here, but I'm gonna leave it. Why does it feel like it's off center again? Because it was. Fuck. Well, I don't like how it's. I think maybe we just control shift. We're gonna leave the frame just in case because I set up all the constraints and whatever. It's also not vertically centered. God, and it's clipping. Holy shit, who made this icon? What a dumbass. It's not vertically or horizontally centered now. Why did that change? Did I resize it? I don't know what's going on. This could just hug. Auto layout? Does that defeat the purpose? I don't even know. It doesn't really matter. This one's kind of redundant in this case. And all we want is it lined up. For now, I'm not going to fuck with it. I don't have clarity on this. Not sure if this is right. I think we want these to be... That's weird. Okay, so that's part of the problem, is that it doesn't scale. Oh, there. Resize it. I need to resize the right one. If I resize the inner one, it scales differently. I don't know. It's fine. That's big. Is it? I don't know, man. Why is this so weird? I think maybe it's just the 2-point stroke is 1.8, 1.5. How do pixel? We're not getting pixel previews anymore, Figma. That's interesting. I don't necessarily love it, but I feel like it should be. It just feels a little low. Like, well, so here's where a frame could come in. We could put this up, and then this is not an auto layout, so there's a different. I don't know. Now that's kind of weird, right? Is this button part of the name area or just part of the whole box? I think it's sort of part of the whole box. I think that's fine. I don't think these have to be aligned. Just kind of throwing me off there. Maybe it just comes down a little bit. We have a fixed container. You can't do this with auto layout. Just drag shit around a little bit. That's an interesting point. I like that spot. All right, so hamburger menu. That's a cool little UI thing there. If these are toggles, should they have a checkbox? Why have different UI for that? Well, part of the question is if you toggle this, there's two different places where well, there's a lot of different places where you might see these CSS classes. If this is kind of the properties panel for this thing, let's go to 0. Not sure exactly what I'm doing here. This could go dark mode or something, but I don't feel like recoloring it. Let's just add a drop shadow. So if this is clearly for this element, and I think this needs to be way clearer. Like you could, like if this is a div and it has classes on it, you shouldn't just see one class name. You should see like div with all the class names. Like Chrome was doing something with, I don't think I have the, oh it does, why is this logging still? 106, 106, app 106, app 106. Comment that out. Well, it's It's really this one I wanted to see. So there it is. This little flex thing after the body. It's kind of interesting. It's like, okay. They thought it was important enough. Clicking on it is just sort of like clicking on the thing itself, it seems. But it's just like a little tag, a little indicator. It's super small. You can barely read it. But you can make it out. It's like, okay, it says flex, and it's about as small as I could possibly read. Let's see what font font size that is. Guess I'm just gonna use the scale tool and try and line this up. That one's like way wider font, but height wise, I think that's right. What do we got there? 8. Size 8 font. Whoo! That's some shit right there. Let's look at that in full resolution or whatever. Yeah, it's really small. Well, because it's inside a small box and it needs padding, and so. But those little tags are kind of cool. And you can, like theirs is just a stroke on a white background, which is pretty clean. I don't know if I would do that if it's like a tag thing. I think maybe a UI style is better. But I mean, yeah, this whole thing could just get. Let's duplicate this and try making this just super small. How small? But yeah, so div, I don't know, what could that look like? I haven't really played around with this much. I was taking a cool note about these boxes. Let me just grab this one and run with this. There was something about, could I do this in here? Let's see. Let me see. Alright, so how do I get this to jump outside of its parent? I think we just frame it and then let this one get big and then make sure this one is, this could be an, actually it probably should be an auto layout so it can grow width wise, but then height wise we just shrink this down. I don't think once, does the height matter? Can we just make this height 0? It's kind of weird, but and not, maybe not clickable. Let's see how this works. We want to, we can't vertically center this because I put auto layout. I want to center, use the layout thing here to center it. Okay. Now can I click? I have to click twice. It's kind of weird. First it selects the parent and then the child. I guess that's probably what you want in that case. Bring this way down. Add some rounding. Why can this drag now? You guys just saw earlier it didn't let me drag. Ooh, not working. This needs to be width hug. This needs to be width hug. Oh, that was height. That was the height, dummy. Width fill, width hug. Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, baby. Look at that little thing. Oh, it is. It's this line that I need to drag then, right? Wait, what? No. I can't drag it? Alright. Width, or the height should not be. It should just be less than. About, I don't know, 20? As long as it's less. There we go. And then the. Where's the width hug? Yeah. And then. With hug, and then that automatically has better horizontal padding. The horizontal padding thing is, so what I was thinking is that this could be used for all kinds of like if-then statements. Oh man, feels so good. It's not the right font. Let's get a, what do they call those? Monospace. There used to be categories in here, Figma. What the fuck did you do? God damn it. Mono. I think you just, yep, there we go. Kind of like the serif baseline. Like on the F and the I. I guess we'll go with that one. God, doesn't that look cool? There's so much potential for it. It's like, you can put a fucking hamburger in there. No, this hamburger is a wonky hamburger. Not sure who made that layout. Must have been on drugs or something. Why is this? Made this thing. Alright, we want to vertically center this. That's vertically centered. It's a little bit higher than like the text kind of area. Should this like base area of the text be vertically centered in its frame? I feel like it should. The problem is that like capitals, do the capitals and the lowercase extend evenly up and down? They probably should. Not all words have uppercase nor lowercase. Well, it's not super important, but I think maybe now some side padding is in order. But how come this? What is going on here? Is the background on this inner one? Should it be on the inner one? Yeah, it has to be on the inner one. Fuck. So I just need to not put padding on this one. And then go put the padding on this one. Oh, it has padding. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we want to overdo this. I think this just needs to get a lot smaller. I don't know if I'd put a button there. It doesn't make much sense, but and generally, like what's going to happen when you click on this? Well, it should open the fucking menu, so you don't need that. Let's just get rid of that. That was a whole waste of time. What just happened there? Did that? Yeah, I guess that's how it should work. Okay. These layouts are tricky. Well, and then you could have the how would the I was trying to draw this out. How would the multi-line version go? Well, okay, so the thing I wanted was that this would be clickable. Clickable text. Couldn't this layout? Let's see if I can get this working. I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, so I need to go back, but I'm thinking, what if this is just like a big ass block and then this wraps and then this also is like this and like this. Bam! Look at that. That's cool, man. Now we can do the thing. We can like shift A and left pad. Oh yeah. And the idea here was that in this UI, it's probably a content editable, so you can just drag and drop. You can drag to select rather, and then select all the text if you wanted to copy these things. There could also be like a copy button there. Maybe there's a little toolbar that flies out. I don't know. You could. There's a million things you could do with these little word UIs, but this little kind of, it's almost like a Band-Aid, right? And I was thinking you could do all kinds of cool. What was the one I wrote down? It was like simple schmipple. It was schmipple plus effective. It was like the band-aid thing that I wrote down, and I think I have to click to the inner one to, yeah, so I mean, using these, if somebody doesn't know they have to click into the inner one, then they're going to be trying to put padding on that and not know why it's not working. This guy can just be scaled. I'm just gonna fix this height on this guy here. This is not the way it's gonna break essentially, but I just don't feel like dealing with this. I need a better layout there, but yeah, these little like word memes. Take any two words and combine them with some sort of operator, and bam. And this is sort of like math, but this is more like UI design with layout and just simple layout and visuals and whatever. I think there's an enormous amount of progress that we can make as a fucking species when it comes to computing and UI and UX and software and just making shit work better. The weird thing is though, is like I'm working towards it and very, very slowly, and I kind of feel like the aliens are pulling strings here. Oh, yeah. But I mean, some of the pain points of coding is just getting the fucking brackets lining up properly, and like then when you go to edit something, you just have to micromanage the pairings of parentheses and brackets, and it's exhausting. It's just kind of like fuck. And now with the code complete on, oh my god, my code editor has schizophrenia. It's like I should stream more coding just for shits and giggles, but this is cool stuff. I'm flowing right now. Took my little, so at the end of the bottom of the bag, I'm gonna take a little just brain dump here. The bottom of the bag of my edibles, they're 10 milligram THC cannabis edibles, and I had two left. One was whole, and one was like a third. So I guess it took like 2/3 yesterday. It wasn't bad. It's able to work. All of a sudden it was 2 o'clock, and I was like, whoa, and now it's 11:40, and I was like, whoa, where does that time go? When I'm flowing, the time definitely goes faster. When I'm not doing the cannabis, then it's like, it's harder. It's like slower and harder. And maybe that's better. I don't know. It's weird, because it's like, I definitely enjoy this more, at least when it's flowing, but I can already feel my brain getting kind of fuzzy, like tingly, almost like your foot falls asleep, you know, like my brain energy and just the way that the thoughts feel, whether they feel good or whether they're kind of like zappy and not enough energy. And life's weird, folks. We have so much, there's so much success, and yet there's so much bad shit happening. I just don't understand it. I should put myself right there so I'm looking right underneath the camera. Alright, well, let's get back to work. What am I working on? I'm trying to get the proper navigation for my site. Where was I on this whole thing? Yeah, I want to start building some of these things that I built in Figma in the web, but my web layout skills are a little iffy. It's like I figured out how to use Figma to like make shit that responds properly, you know, like stretchy layouts, and it definitely helps, you know, when you trying to throw shit around and make stuff line up, because like you gotta make everything fit and make it look the right size and whatever. Not that I've like figured it all out, like some of these just look like this is way too big for the size of the block, but it's also just sort of like a little theme. This is kind of like that kitchen sink idea, like put all your layouts, or at least the most, what are the most basic layouts that you can put in like one little column, and then what can you make with those layouts? It's a kit. Kit bashing was like this idea. UI kit bashing would be kind of a cool activity. Pick a layout kit, a UI layout kit, and then pick your favorite like 5 to 10 blocks from it. Put them in a little list like this. Well, the UI kits, they're just so bloated. It's like you don't need a million different layout colors, but I mean, I guess when you're trying to show different layout states and whatever, you know, it's sort of like this. If you want to show these tooltips and hover states and whatever, you got to draw them out, or else how does the developer know what to do? Unless you are the developer and you just say, fuck it, I'll figure that out later. But that doesn't work so well all the time. Then you just never get anything done. Sometimes you gotta figure the shit out. This doesn't work so well. These need some more space or shadow or something. I think the way these work is that there's, yeah, a little gap there. It's not terrible, but it's a little crammed, and there's just a lot going on in between here and there. Could just flow a little bit more naturally by, well, I don't know what just happened there. I dragged the whole frame, parent frame. If I I'd have to add a really hard shadow. Let's blur it more and then jack up the strength. I think we need more blur. Maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of, maybe this could get darker. Or lighter? Maybe lighter. Works better with the shadow to go hard, and then it's, these are 4 pixels and these are 2 pixels. I don't know if this 3 is enough or 4 should match. It is kind of crowding in there. I don't know, that's kind of, it's not terrible there. Maybe this should line up with the top. Or even, I was thinking it could even cover. So these have like an arrow. You don't have a hotkey for the arrow menus. So if it was more like that, not a good arrow, but can we increase the right padding a bit? And then for all of these, and shift enter, increase the right padding a bit. So that's kind of a nice little flow. I mean, without this, then it's got too much right padding, way too much. But once it goes here, yeah, it could be a little higher than that. Kind of pops up over the top, but you know, it doesn't cover anything. That'd be the trick. Kind of like it, actually. Still a lot going on in terms of like all the different colorings, but I think your brain makes sense of it, and this one's not turned on until you know, first you click this or hover this. Although, shouldn't this be this color? All right, let's ooh, I should time travel here. Let's shift, control copy, Z. Let's go back to when I see the whole thing shift here. I made a lot of changes to this. think this is, no, I changed the background color and added the shadow. I think this is where it started. Well, okay, so this one I was thinking could be this color. That's actually kind of cool. Very subtle. Is it the same color though? 42404B. Let's just eyedropper this one. 42404B. 424B. It's just maybe the shadow makes it seem like it's not the same color. But I kind of like the shadow because it is kind of a pop-up thing. But this right padding might need to change. What does this hover look like then? Does it get it even lighter? I'd probably go full width on that. And maybe even the same size, and then maybe even line them up so that when you hover from this one to this one, it's like it just I don't know. I kind of like the grouped or the padded look where it's kind of more like a buttony thing, especially when it is sort of like a button, like these are actions, and some of them when you click them they do something, like they add something. Well. Let's just leave that for now. So part of the idea here is that I need to get these things that I'm making into the browser and do it in a organized way, which I haven't really even figured out the way to organize it. There's just a lot of shit going on. Should probably get. It's not this one. Where was the other nice list looking thingy that I made? Oh god, I'm never gonna find it now. Was it in here? Yeah, one of them was in here. Yeah, this is the page I was looking at a minute. This one. Okay, this is a really nice UI thing. So I have this UX thing where I'm kind of creating these things, but like I have so many things. There's just too many of them. And putting them, I mean, all these, this is UX stuff. I mean, some of it more so than others, but like, I can't just start trying to, and then the problem is a lot of it's just very similar and subtly different. And so once you start walking through the permutations, you know, you can't keep everything, every single little variant in between, you know, 20 padding and 40 padding, like, there's just not enough screen space in the world to have every single design permutation laid out in front of you, obviously. So then it's like, which ones do you keep? And so you kind of just, when I'm design sprinting, when I'm flowing and I'm just trying to like get ideas down, it's about kind of creating a space that kind of jog my memory about certain things. So later on when I go looking for something, like, what do I want that to look like? Do I have I made anything that looks like that? I can definitely get this more organized, but sometimes it's just, you know, this is the best, you know, organization. It's just a bunch of screens that are very similar but slightly different. Vertical tabs. Kind of cool. Now the sub items to them gets tricky, but it is sort of like a table of contents almost. It's good for really long documents, but I don't like long documents. Does anybody like long documents? Like, fuck that. Maybe you don't need sub items. Maybe it's just should be discouraged. But having like organized content where any section is kind of like can flow into the next one. Yep. When you hover it, displays the arrow maybe, or just does anyway, and you click on it and it, boom, throws out. I didn't get these titles to kind of flow, but the idea is that whatever one you select, it just kind of keeps flowing, and maybe each one's independently scrollable, and you can have infinite columns. And so it's sort of like, imagine on Wikipedia, you're just digging in, drilling down through. Every new word could just spawn in a column that kind of references, at least temporarily, in your session or whatever. Maybe if you close the browser, you lose it. That's not a good idea. But I don't have persistence yet because that's the world we live in. So that's like, I don't know, 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years out. Oh man, that guy's cool. All right, so yeah, these things are pretty cool. I thought about making like a layout guide and trying to teach people how these layouts work, and visualizing them with these little arrows kind of helps, but it almost makes it more confusing. They do look kind of cool though. But I think if I were trying to explain some of the base concepts, and I can move them around, and like just looking at these, it's not like you're like, oh wow, okay, I get it. I get what immediately. I mean, it's disorganized and I'm just throwing shit around. So, but if it got organized and I were able to create nicely documented things, then. And I was just thinking of the Rubik's. Where's my Rubik's bit? Did I make a new one? Are these recently viewed? When did I do that Rubik's thing? I could just search for it. Search Rubik's. Was this it? Or I think this is it. Rubik's 2. I haven't looked at this in a minute. The swordfish. Yeah, I forgot I made that little icon thingy. Yeah, this looks pretty decent. I could spend some time trying to make. I like this. I don't like the dark background. That's just too high contrast. But this is a cool system. These little icon items and the flow. And just how simple it is. This is the cheat sheet. And it is the system. I could sell that for money, for sure. No doubt about it. Maybe printing them off, and then I don't know. The thing is, having it as an app would be way better, right? But this isn't. Well, this could be the mobile app. Like, you only can see half of it at a time, so you have to vertically scroll it. But like, and then maybe you click through each step. It's actually, now that I got my website up and going, I'm only a step away from putting a paywall in front of the. You know, I could just slap this as an image on there, but I could code it out. It wouldn't take that long. I'd have to export a bunch of images, but it could then be interactive. And, well, frankly, I could make it into an app. Put it on the App Store. I just don't know if I want the App Stores taking my money. Have to deal with all their bullshit. Switch hands. So this should definitely be Shift H and bigger. I think it should be one way or the other. What is this vector? Alright, let's just Shift L. Make our own goddamn arrow. Jack up that size round the butt on the butt. Nice round butt on that arrow. I think we're going weighty. Yeah, did I frame this? God, I made this icon. I'm an idiot. No, I didn't. The circle is there, it looks like, unless I put the circle behind it. I think what we want is we want to get read EVD. Fucking hell, man. Oh, I can't. It's not a. It's not too overlaid. It's like a subtraction. Fucking hell. Well, I could control copy, control paste. Is there a way to control cut, control paste? Okay. Is there a way? Ooh, all right, nice. It flipped it. So I've had issues with the fill ordering. There's a decent chance I was just gonna boof. All right. Maybe this is a little bit more stylized because it's just not really coming together as I was hoping. I'm just trying to say switch hands. But it's more like, I think really what I want, I have the frickin' hand icons, right? How about these guys? Is this the right one? Or I think it's this whole thing that... Wait, what? I have the over and under parts. Yeah, and... fucking hell, man. Alright, we're just gonna take this whole thing and then go in and delete the cube. Boom. And this thing. Boom. Alright, and then we just Shift H that. Yeah. Why though? Forgot why. Is it because they're not? Did I scale the wrong thing? Oh, there we go. Okay. I mean, I could try and show the cube. No, maybe it should be the same size, and then do I have like a, I don't think I have a straight on cube. Maybe we keep, alright, so let's go this one back over here, and then we're just gonna get rid of this annotation for a second, and then let's just draw a new arrow. Boom. Does that have some memeing? Does that meme anything to ya? Switch hands, bitch. Well, and frankly, I don't know. It's like, could you illustrate the hand switch and the cube turn all in one? You probably could, but because it's hard to do it one at a time. You don't. Do you really want to turn the cube and then switch hands? Well, so that's something to think about. Yeah, these are kind of nice too. are these better than these? I think the nice thing here is that if you're holding the cube and you're trying to like watch how this works, or like think about how it works, seeing the steps and kind of like watching, you know, like on each step you might see that white sticker going up, or the white 3 on top turning left, and you can't see that with, you can't see all 3 sides of the cube with all 3. You can't see the 3 sides of the cube with this one. I was thinking about making this one upside down because you know, like a top angle of the white cross, but I kind of like how these 3 are kind of like the phase 1. I could kind of break these up into like part 1 and then part 2. And one of the reasons why is that then the let's just put, oh fine, let's turn off the fill and put this right there. It looks a little weird, but I can't click on the fucking thing because it's invisible, which is actually crazy. This guy? No? Where? What the fuck? This one. This one. Delete? No, I want text. I think like something like this is fine. I don't have any colors set up. Oh, those are my colors. This is sort of what I was thinking there. Well, so part 2 would be the premium, the paid for. I could give away, tell people about step 1, and you know, just publish a bunch of free content that shows people how to get started solving the first 3 layers, getting 2/3 of the cube complete in 3 easy steps, and yeah, so the double elevator is the hand change, and you can definitely see that there, right? And I do think having it be like right hand oriented is probably, you know, I could easily re-render all of these with the opposite, right? Is it just, well, you can't just flop it left to right because then the colors are vice versa. I'd have to recolorize everything. That would be a pain in the butt, but I could do a left-handed version. Yeah, doing these complex algorithms, I'll visualize, so, well, each step, that's the thing. So I was visualizing each step down here. You know, these are 4 moves rather. Each letter is a move, and so I could draw it all out and even put a letter with the move. That's probably the right way to do it, but yeah, something more like this. I mean, that would be crazy. Like if I use this size and put these letters underneath the move, so you could like see it. On mobile, would it be too small to even see? It'd be pretty goddamn small. Like I can barely see it. I can kind of see it. It's not the best angle per se. It's a little too hard to see. I think if people are trying to solve this, I mean, it's vectorized, so that somebody could zoom in. But I kind of think you might. What if you clicked on this area? Maybe it launches this little series of images. Maybe not full height, but like 100% height, whatever height that would be, maximum of full height. Could be kind of like a modal thing, but it could be like a side swipe thing. Maybe it even has the full algorithm above or below, and then each move has its own letter, and they just kind of like, as you swipe side to side, maybe it highlights one of them in the center. I don't know, just some way to see which one. Well, if the algorithm's really long and it extends off your screen and you're swiping through, I don't know. Maybe it's vertically scroll. Maybe it turns vertically and then or maybe it just gets bigger. I don't know. It probably should be bigger. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'd have to spend time with this, working with it. I spent an enormous amount of time with this, and there's still some little holes in there, like all the edge cases, trying to figure out the right way to illustrate how that works. Yeah, different views would be kind of nice, but I don't know. I spent so much time with this, and then I should have finished it, because like when you spend days and days and days just plowing through and trying to get to the end, and you get like pretty damn close, but it's just not quite ready for the market, not ready to sell yet, it gets fucking hard. I mean, I could go to Kickstarter and be like, look, here's what I have so far. If you back me right now, you can get this thing for free, or, you know, included with the donation, and when it's done, you'll also get the finished one. It's not a bad way to do it. You kind of like give somebody what you got right now, and then with the hope that it's going to get better in the future, and sort of pre-selling it, but also giving them something. That could work. I could probably go to Kickstarter, and I mean, I could go like this. I could go, you know, real me, and just be like, fuck you guys, I need your money, and I made something for you, and if you don't want it, you can go fuck yourself, and that's what it is. And so part of the whole spiel about, you know, is me. Like, I want to tell you my story. If you want to learn my system, you gotta listen to my depressing story, and maybe I give a quicker version of it, but it's not looking good. That's the point. And it's not feeling good, and it's kind of just shit, and it's not my fault. It's partly my fault, but it's not entirely my fault. And so I don't know. It's weird. It's like I'm pissed off that I'm not successful yet, and I'm just kind of like giving up on life. It's more like I've given it everything and eaten a lot of shit along the way, and I don't like where I'm at, and I keep pushing through and kind of trying to do the things that I have to do and maintain the things, you know, or like do some of the things that I have to do and do some of the things that I want to do, I guess is the best way to say it. But my whole life has just been so stressful, struggle, suffering, suicidal. It's been bad, man. It's been real bad. I was just watching Dexter yesterday, and it's like, man, when life gets tough, it gets real tough. And it can stay tough for years. And when you're in a bad spot in life for years, whew, about decades, how about your whole life? And how bad of a spot are you in? Because that's pretty crazy. Most people don't have to drag themselves through life. I think a lot of people do. We all do to a certain extent. But I don't think most people would say that their lives are mostly suffering, that they like get stuck in a hole and can't get out and just, you know, drink too much and smoke too much and eat too much and whatever. Like, it'd be interesting to know. I kind of want to know, like, how many people, if I were to ask 100 people, how many of them are miserable? I mean, certainly, like, more than one. It's got to be more than one are actually absolute. Like, if you were to line everyone up, they all tell their story, and try and give everyone a misery score, like 0 through 100. Who's the most miserable? I don't think I'd be one of the most, but I might be up there. I don't know. I've been eating a lot of shit for a long time. Eat the cat poop. I don't want to eat the cat poop anymore. Alright, so let's try and focus, whatever the fuck that means. I don't know why I was thinking about the Rubik's thing. I got so many irons in the fire, my head is gonna fucking explode. What is this unsaved one? Why is this so... What the fuck is that? Control Z. Alright. Doesn't need to be open. I got so many open tabs. I finally figured out how to, like, even... There's, like, this side scroll thing here that's hard to even see. How do they do that? That must be, like, a custom UI thing? I think it is. Like semi-transparent on top of the thing. It's kind of interesting though. And the tab stays, you know, it's a flowy tab. Has this breadcrumbs thing crammed in here at the top, so you can hardly even tell it's different from the code. It's the exact same font size and whatever. Like, this should be hierarchically different and separate and whatever. Wait, what? App, sidebar, bar. Where is my cursor? Up, down, up, down. Let's go over here. No, I'm gonna click here and then up, down, up, down. Yeah, it is in this side nav bar. It's like taking these property names. Side nav. It selects. It's kind of cool. It's like a table of contents. I usually don't use this, but maybe it's useful. Wait, what? You can click it again to go back. App. Or, but it's still kind of selected. Where's the cursor now? There is no cursor. So it like returns you to your last scroll position, but doesn't return the cursor. Still interesting. Huh. Okay. What if I do this? What happens if I, like, can I click on a file? It does open the file, but, like, is that what I want? I don't know, man. It's not terrible. It's just a different place to do the same thing. Alright, so can I please have some focus here, folks, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, this is cool. Probably a few years away on the HTML editor. Maybe someday, God willing. What was I trying to do, though? Got a bunch of navigation type shit. Well, so I was singing through how to get the right kind of content in the page. So I've made basically zero progress today. I drew some shit, I got distracted, and in Figma, it's already 12 o'clock, and I haven't really done anything. This is the problem. Surfing these ideas is like, you know, I like ideas, I like running with shit, but at some point, it's, that's wild. Is this using multiple characters? What the fuck is going on there? It's a span. I don't know, that's weird. The way that you can text select part of this icon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's crazy, dude. Well, and this one's like continuously selectable. That's weird. What could be the reasoning there? Why does this one snap? So weird. Okay, so I don't think should the well have padding on it? Because if you wanted to do something like, well, if you wanted to throw a full screen like game, for example, into the well more dynamically, that could be entirely be possible, and then the padding is going to get in the way. So you might want to remove it at some point, but what if you want it back? Well, maybe this page here needs to include the well. And so the container is really just the main. The main. So maybe main is not have the sidebar. Wait, what? So main right now is a row that's just not the footer, essentially. Yeah, so I think main should be the one and only, like, body.main, and would it be so app.body is the reference for the body element, but would it be .main or app.body.main? Do we need to use a $sign for subviews? I think one is fine because it's more like when you're transitioning from a non-view to a view, then like, but you don't even need it. If it were this .view, I think that's fine because it's a fucking view and it says it's a view. But now if it's a preview, oftentimes I have a preview function. But if it were like the actual preview element, then doing this is maybe a good idea because then you know it's a view, not a function or something. So I think that's useful. But yeah, so maybe I was thinking maybe so how does the column work? The column is part of the side nav. Wait. No, it's part of main. The side nav column is part of main. It's part of two columns. And I think we want main to be maybe not even display flex. It's going to break this, obviously, but maybe the side nav, maybe it's just a nav element. And then I mean, maybe... Whoops, no. Isn't there a nav element? I think there is. And it is navigational. But so this whole sidebar shouldn't necessarily be a nav. And then it doesn't really matter to have that element in use, although using generally, you know, these elements for the important parts is kind of a cool thing. Just a little bit more like descriptive and I don't know, purposeful, but the whole sidebar shouldn't be a nav. The sidebar could be a section, or I mean, see, this doesn't actually matter, but I don't like aside. Aside is more for like the right hand properties or sidebar notes. Why don't they just call it a fucking sidebar? That's what most people call it. Could define a custom element named sidebar. I think you can just name your fucking elements whatever the hell you want. Creating a new element with custom tag name, and let's see, what would happen? Let's go home and go to the index.js that's rendering all this, and it's at the bottom of the card. Under my little checklist, we will say L, test L, yo. So I think it'll work. It's not like valid, but it works. So why the heck not, right? Like, why not just create your own fucking elements and say F you to anyone who's like, no, you can't do that. What are the implications for using custom elements without defining them? I know you're not supposed to, but it seems to work fine. Like document.create element my applications. They're treated as unknown elements. They behave like generic block level element. No custom behavior. Okay. I think that's fine. No lifecycle callbacks. Connected and disconnected. I don't know what those do. If that's like a shadow DOM thing, you can target them in CSS just like any other tag. If a future browser defines a native MyL, you might get unexpected behavior, but it's the same for custom elements, right? I don't know what that last part means, number 5. I don't even know how you... I forget how you define custom elements. Anyway... Seems like I could just make a fucking sidebar element. Right? Like, watch me. Watch me create the sidebar. Sidebar. Yo. Oh, I have a yo sidebar. Hey yo sidebar. Boom. So that's interesting. I don't know if I actually want to name the thing or use the sidebar element. I could just use div with a class. It's probably just way easier in the long run to not have to make this decision about what element to use for every single fucking sidebar. So maybe I just skip all these custom elements and just go to divs. Everything's a fucking div. Just look at the class name to see what it is. Main sections, div.section instead of section. I don't know. Their sections are kind of cool, and you got to use these elements at some point. So, but I don't have a function for sections, and I think I need to create like a class for sections to kind of manage them and maybe drag and drop them at some point. This is all way ahead of myself, but for this bit here to get the things to load in here properly, it's basically a pager, right? Do we want, well, no, we're not really doing the, well, I guess we are doing, well, okay, so should we prevent rendering of the default content if there's a hash? So you click on one of the things. This is not a good example. It's an example of one that has the same, I don't know if any of these have the same sidebar. Could make one, but why'd the body go white? Am I not loading anything? Well, let's see what's happening on the test page. Test, I think it's this one. I am importing from app. I thought the body was supposed to be, which CSS do we have loaded in here? We have Lou42, body color, oh, background, DDD. Is this not loading? God damn it. What the fuck is happening there? There might be an error in that CSS file preventing it from working. Body class test. Background white. What the fuck? So smart me earlier today put a class name for the page. All right, so we're gonna change this to I think it was in an app.js. I put the class name. Did I just do that manually? I think I might have given up on what I was trying to do. No, I don't add it here. Fuck, where did I do that? Oh, it was after the app.ready. Initialize body. Okay, add class, pass the name. All right, this is right, but we want to do page. We want to prefix it with page dash and then the page. So that class, instead of being test, which made it look like a test, it's now page test, which is much more appropriate. That's good. So now what do we do? Well, we want to figure out how to get this navigation working so I can flow, so I can jump around, so I can whip shit together, put some shit on my website, and make it better. What was I thinking though? Ah yes, so fixing this layout so that I can properly jump from this page to the test page with a pretty cohesive experience, and then jump to a different page and even like drill down and whatever. Like I want to be able to click, 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 navigate through and fix all these broken layouts and styles and shit, but we're gonna do that in a minute. So I just want to make sure I have the right things going in the right spots. And in terms of, okay, in terms of loading this, it's the paging. If I'm going to click, so I don't actually need to remove this content to render new content because we're not doing it live like well, I am dynamically importing some of them, aren't I? Well, so what I could do, I don't know why I haven't thought of this yet, but let's just make a new note about the framework slash this directory extension, basically, that you don't need to like Ajax the new page. We're going to like changing the hash and reloading, which is good because we want a fresh page context at least by default. That'll change, but I think that's a good starting point. We don't need to Ajax. Yes, about you don't need to remove and replace the default page content because we're reloading. We need to, when there's a hash, try to prevent rendering. Okay, so that's tricky. Can that happen? I think the only way to do it is that if you want to use the this directory, you sort of need a... Oh man, my coffee's gone. We're gonna hard crash here in a second. You sort of need like a default. You need a default. Well, I mean, if this renders first and does the matching, and then, like render default content after the directory render. What does the directory rendering do? I forget exactly how this directory works. Let's look at the code to see the order of operations. I want to put this over here. If I were to just drag this over here, it doesn't go back to the last. Maybe it does. Okay, so render puts the placeholder in, which is sort of fine. But when is it initialized? It's initialized in the app. God, this whole order of operations is kind of driving me crazy. I don't like having to go into this shared app and then edit this for like everything on all pages. Are we sure we want to have the directory available automatically on all pages? Maybe. Especially if it's like a pop-up menu. But, shouldn't this whole directory thing be like a feature that can be toggled on and off? Sort of like if you just don't initialize it, then it just doesn't. That's a good configure point there. Okay, so you could also potentially pass in directory equals false and do like a check here for if directory does not equal false, strictly speaking, then run this, and you could turn it off with a simple parameter. But I don't know if we need to do that yet. What was I thinking? So we basically need to do this part. This initialization part here will happen before anything renders. So the real trick is not rendering the default content. How would that work? Well, on the home page, so let's say the home page is going to have this. I think it might. This one. And so we have all this content. There's the framework index. index, not the main index. So all this stuff here, how do we not render the default content if there's a hash match? I mean, you could just hard code in here if there's no hash. Like if window.location.hash, let's see if this returns false here. Why can't I control A this line here? Window.location.hash is an empty string. I think that means that evaluates to false. Yeah. So essentially you could just put the default content in here. It's a pretty quick and dirty way to check if there's a hash. And so basically you couldn't have a hash for like anchor links and stuff. Maybe that's a feature conflict there, and so maybe you could have a app.directory.match. Like matched. That's a mouthful, but that's sort of the thing. Is that the only or best way to get it to work? I don't like putting a big conditional around the entire page content. Sorry, this is getting a little intense. Alright, so are we always going to have like default content on a page with the directory thing? How about on the framework page? Because we're kind of building both of these simultaneously. We have the default content, and then we have any of these that are going to either be real routes or I don't think I have any fake routes in the framework yet. Let's just add one real quick. No, it's the ext is a fake route. Why isn't it in there? Oh, fucking hell. We broke the goddamn thing. Alright, let's think this through. Oh, and I was working towards the core. I should get back on that. That'd be something useful to do. Why is the directory filtering out the ext directory? So we return false unless it's got a child index. It should be indexed. Well, I guess we're just going to debugger this and go for a little run in JavaScript land. Wait, what? The debugger, did I not save that? Shouldn't the debugger be triggered? Whoa, bro. Filter bind debugger. Is this not running? Directory.js. That's what is doing this thing. Oh my god. This is confusing. Console.log this stuff file. So it's definitely filtering it. Stuff filtered up by this. Why does this not debug? Alright, we're going to duplicate. Close this. Open this. I don't think the panel has to be open. Why the hell does this not work? Sources. ext directory.js. Is the debugger's there? No. Wow. This thing is logging right there. Right there. How does it not work? God damn it. Shit, man. Is it possible that one of these... No, this logs. How can that not hit this breakpoint? Is there like another directory that is running instead of this one? Wow, man. Wow. That framework. Let's look at the framework index. Framework index. App directory render. App from framework app.dev. Which does have a directory. It's using a different directory. But it just has a different URL. It should have the ext. Well, let's look. It has... This is after it's been filtered. I am so confused right now. Why is this not working? Console. Well, first let's debug here. And let's also console.log data.files, I think. Let's move that up first, actually. It's not hitting... It's hitting both of the... There's got to be a reason why this is not pausing properly. Chrome debugger not pausing. I've never had that happen before, and it's super annoying. Alright, here are all of the things. ext is not one of them. What the F, man? All the files from the fucking thing in the fucking thing. Alright, where is ext? No results. There's a folder right here, ext. Is there not? Let's pause this and restart it. And then re-render this. Site couldn't be reached. Okay. Anyway, what is going on here? IDX, please. Listening. Reload. Holy fuck, what is happening here? Man, they are pulling out all the stops. Jesus Christ. This has suddenly changed It's look. That's crazy. EXT now exists. EXT now exists. Okay. That's fucking weird, man. And it's still not debugging? How does this not hit here? There's no errors. That might be completely shooting this thing. I am baffled by what is going on here, and I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. The console is logging something, and there are debugger statements right next to it, and it's logging. This is running, and this is running. How is this not hitting this? It's like there's some debug setting. Debugger paused. What the fuck, man? Alright, now it works. It was like, was it paused or something? I don't know. Alright, let's get out of all these. I don't think we need these anymore. Jesus Christ, dude. That was stupid. Like, just weird buggy. Alright, we got the EXT. Okay, but it doesn't launch at the right part because I didn't set it up properly. I don't know if I can get the directory to work properly in both cases. It's sort of like... I think we more just want like a toggle here for... Or... So, unfortunately, I've shot myself in the foot. There's 3 cases. I'm going to run the directory from the web root. Run the directory from framework. Uses the framework directory.json so that the framework can run by itself. That's sort of the idea, I think. It's like without a root directory .json, which would only be available with IDX. With a framework directory.json, you can clone the framework into your static site, and it should just work. That's the idea. We'll have to test that because I think there's some issues there, but what else we got here? We got, then we can run the directory from any path, use the root directory.json. So that's complicated. And it's basically, we could call this the root mode. We're trying to like separate these out. And then this could be pass that in for framework mode, and then this could be Could it be a two-part path? Maybe. Still not 100% sure what kind of logic we need to do there. Well, so as I see this URL on the other screen is localhost framework, and then we get this framework/ext, and this should be localhost framework/ext. I think it was in this one that I was making these patterns. So yeah, if it is ext is using an index.js, and so it's got a trailing slash. I don't know if that's the right pattern. This is confusing. It's like I can't even remember this a day later. So how are other people supposed to remember it? Are you really supposed to be able to look at a URL and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. This must be running index.js. It's not entirely clear. Maybe it should just be the actual file name. The problem is that if you want clean URLs, this is way cleaner, obviously. So maybe I just get used to it. Okay, so how do we do this for all three cases? Well, so if root, then I think it just works right now. Let's go back to the actual root, and I still can't believe that debugger bullshit that was just happening. Like the one tab broke and the thing was like, yeah, this little pause button here, pausing the script execution. Like, I don't even know what that would do. What script are we pausing and from where? And like, I don't know. This is who the fuck knows what this thing does? And it just grays out when you click it and nothing happens. Like, maybe it actually paused, but why did it gray out? You can't unpause it now? Anyway, so that was super confusing. And, oh, now it's in debugger mode. Debugger pause once I reload the page. And then a second later, for no apparent reason, the page just bops out. And now we can play it again. Maybe it's like when you reload it pauses. Maybe that's what that pause is for. But what the fuck is this? Where are we? I can't step through this. I don't even know what this is. VM39? Okay, some minified can't read it bullshit, but like what would I do? Let's well, what's the standard thing? Step. Okay, now we get into base, but where did we come from? Events? Export base is, I think it's just importing files at this point. But I don't want to step through all that bullshit. All right, anyway, so somehow that debugger got bugged, I think, but like loading it into a new tab didn't seem to fix it, so I don't know, guys. That's not a good sign, in my opinion. Maybe I need to find a better browser, or I don't know what Firefox looks like these days. It's just Chrome's got all this synchronization and a lot of features that hopefully they fix their shit. All right, so that's a little bit of a wonky layout there. It's hard to see though. Yeah, that obviously needs to be fixed. What was I thinking? Where was I a second ago? I get so distracted by these goddamn nuances, anomalies. I was thinking about the paths and all the cases of the different paths and how they load. I do think even removing the so in the directory, this is not it. In the directory, I did something to chop off the page right here. But for some reason, all right, so the URL when we're launching it for where is it? Rendering the name of the dir for the page, which is actually just the file. The only thing that renders for the file is, whoops, where's render file? Up here. Whoa. So we want this to be slash name. So this is going to get a little tricky, but I think now when we go back here and click on my, it only does my instead of my.page, but that is a .page or something else, but it's not a directory because it doesn't have a slash, and so I think that'll work. Where am I? Where am I going here, folks? Okay, so all right, what were we doing here? What were we doing here? So that works, but it needs to load properly, and where did I start this whole thing? We don't need to, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how do we prevent rendering? And it was something about we need a snippet, maybe, if app.directory.matched. No hash, no hash, or no match. Render default content. The problem is I don't know, I was just thinking, well, part of the problem is that now you have this ugly thing here, and I was just thinking you could avoid this ugly block by not resolving the app import if matched, right? Well, if it matches, then it fucking reloads. So maybe this is all bullshit anyway. Right? I don't know, man. Well, it's really for... Well, it reloads with the hash, but then the hash needs to prevent the rendering because on the it's not a... Well, sometimes it goes to a different page. But sometimes it's the same page, and you might want some default content. Okay, so, and I don't think this potential solution, you're not resolving the app import if match. So it's, would that work? It's like, no, if you could get it to not resolve for the main page, but somehow let it resolve for the imported page, like, that, and you could maybe set up some crazy complex thing to get that to work. Is it worth avoiding this one little block of conditional block? Probably not. Alternatively, you could do like app.direct, well, maybe you just call it like default, and then you pass in like an arrow, and then default content here. Or maybe it's a page function, creates a little page that sort of, by the nature of the system, is the default content. Could also work. Not sure if that conflicts with other page function usages. The page was supposed to be this thing that you export And it could really just be like this, but how do you, those were essentially the same thing. How do you like know this is the default content page? I don't know. I haven't really figured out all the haven't been thinking about pages in a few days. I think right now we just want, well, so here app.page could be the currently active page. That, yeah, maybe page is the object that represents the current page. But then this wouldn't work. This is some more complex routing shit that I guess all what I'm trying to figure out here. There's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of potential like patterns and structures and dynamics. It's kind of making my head hurt again. I get so deep in these things and caught up on somewhat useless decisions. You know, our world is on the brink of World War III, and I'm sitting here trying to figure out the right way to create my website navigation, and that's crazy. Well, so here we go. When we click on the thing, then right now it's trying to just dynamically load it and not set it up for rendering. But the big problem here is that, so this is on the root page, and it is well, it's rendering this. Yeah, I mean, the whole match, conditional thing that I got right here, it's kind of like maybe the starting point, because we don't want to render it. Well, so then, would it work properly? Is number one the question, because I could set that all up, and then it's like, wait, that's not even what I want. But I think it probably would be. We still want to render the sidebar, hiding sidebar. I do need to set up a state for the sidebar so that when it hides, I can refresh without it coming back every time. That shouldn't be terribly hard, but I'll need to set up a little storage system for remembering that. And once the imported module, so importing the module and setting up the rendering to capture in the right spot is not terribly hard. I do think getting rid of the padding maybe isn't the worst idea, and so then all of the things that are rendered into the main area need their own padding. So essentially is bring your own well. Let's make a quick note for that idea. Bring your, Jesus Christ, own well when importing things. Don't rely on the well being there or having padding. Like, always render your own well. I don't know if that's a good idea. It actually makes things, again, adds a level block. You don't want, if you have to have like 4 default blocks, like if, like no match, then, whoops, what was it, the thing? Right, the div. I mean, it's not necessarily bad because it sort of tells you what's going on, but I kind of like the idea of just keeping shit at the base level. Like, well, would you just want to be able to put a P right at the root level? I kind of like it. It's very clean, and then you can have, I mean, some modules would then just be so goddamn simple. It's like a one-line import, and then the one line of content, and then you could automate that so that it's just easier to create them and store them and whip them around and shit. And then you could you know, if you have variations and just kind of this drag and drop, like, you know, get things flowing faster. Okay, so back to, I don't know, I'm kind of reluctant to jump in and set this up. But maybe it's the best thing. Either of these. God, how else could I do it, like, without having to do this? So, let's think this through. Is there a way around this conditional check for default content? How else would you block it from rendering? I mean, that's basically the question. You could set the captor to just a junk element and then capture it all into, like, you know, just a throwaway element. So extra work and not really ideal. Like, set up a garbage element to capture default content and just not put it anywhere. Maybe. Yeah, that's a way. I don't really like it. What else could you? You do have to block it from rendering, right? Like, you want it to be at the root of the page, and in the event that there's a hash match, we want to not render that. Well, actually, what you could do, abort default content via stale promise. So, what if you await app.ready? Maybe app.ready. Oh, this is what I was thinking earlier, but like, you don't want to not allow the app to import. Maybe it's like this. And then app.default never resolves if there's a match. That could work, actually. I actually kind of like that. It's quite a bit more confusing, but also, should it be part of the directory system? It's a little cleaner. Is that any better? Like, is it that much better than a simple if app.directory.matched? Way clearer about what's going on. Yeah, I think it's fine. And not all pages are going to have that. You can still have, like, it's more just for the routed page, like the root page, really, and then any sub pages that want to have their own kind of, well, basically a different real page for whatever reason. And frankly, most of them, if this starts working properly, I don't think there's necessarily any reason most of the site couldn't be dynamically routed. it's like lazy loading, and yeah, I don't know. So I think that the wait app.default is kind of a clever way to do it, but you'd also, it could be confusing, like if you accidentally put some code at the bottom of the page that you think, you know, you might not be clear that it's never going to run. And so by design, putting this like kind of infinity pause so maybe not a good idea. Okay, so so unfortunately, I think that's it. App.directory.matched. And then, so we do need to write the matching code in the directory, which is this guy. And it's more this part here. If there's a hash, then this.match. Let me look at the hash runner real quick. I thought there was some other part of this whole matching business. We have a break loop. We do a recursive search. We either return. Whew. That's actually pretty tricky. I'm kind of surprised it works, but getting these little, like, I don't fully understand what it's doing, but I'm imagine that well, it seems to work properly, so. I think this is the logic we want. Oh yeah, and this, if there's a hash, then we try and match, otherwise we render. Okay. This is a potential way to then kind of do that, where you could maybe pass like, this could be like this.app.default. We can't pass properties to app though, the way I have it set up, and that, well, at least it is a little unfortunate, but you wouldn't want to put a default function on the app for this page, because like, or at least, yeah, it shouldn't be a site-wide thing, because this really needs to be at the page level to have default content per page. So anyway, could be like an app.directory.default function that then only renders when, but then you'd have to define it, and it could get kind of wonky. I think the conditional check is fine. Well, so let's steal this. No, do we need a render here? What happens in match? No match, or we load. Okay. So I do think we want to do, well, we need the match and the search. I think it is more necessary on this one. We can now get rid of the second block here. I guess this should probably be down near the search function. I deleted the wrong one. Okay. All right, so if there's a hash, then this stop match. Comment that out for a second. And so the hash does not include any path of the root path or the real path, and we're not necessarily, what's window.location.path name is a slash. But So we can't match until it's loaded. Obviously. Is my hash runner doing an async await the fetch in here? Yes, sure. So really what we want to do is unload. Well, so this is gonna get tricky. All right, let me think through loading order because I was having a problem with the loading order. God damn it, this is so stupid. Directory. Well, it's really the directory.json load and then match will the page have I'm just thinking like should we use index.js for the default page or page.js? Kind of like page.js. It is, well, they're both generic as fuck. Or dir name.js. That's actually probably the best. If you name the file the same thing as the path, then it will just de-redundantize it. I actually like that one the best. Let's make a quick note. Default page name to dir name.js. This is the clear from an editor standpoint. We don't have 100 index or page.js files. The index.js could be something else also, like in the thing you want to import rather than rendered content. Alright, so we'll maybe get to that in a few years, but for right now, the load order. So the problem was, what was the problem? The problem was directory.json was loading before window.load fired, and then the directory was rendering once that data arrived, but the page hadn't loaded yet because, well, let's just say it was really the placeholder hadn't rendered yet because the page hadn't, well, basically because the app wasn't ready. So it was basically like read.json loaded, and then update views, and then app window.load, app.ready, and then app.directory.render, placeholder. And so the order of operations was just broken. I needed to, basically I just called update in the directory, in the loaded, no, it was in the render. Yeah, so this is kind of confusing, and there's probably a better way to set this up so it's less confusing, but essentially all I had to do was add this. So that when it was rendered after if the files were already there, essentially, like I was originally thinking that the files wouldn't be there when we originally call render. We have to wait for the files to get there. So first we just render the placeholder, and then later we update. You know, like after they're loaded, then we update all the views. Now if there's 0 views so far, this does nothing. It loops through 0 items and basically just is a non-function. But then later, if the files are already loaded and we render the placeholder, which is just an empty div, and then, you know, we never get this update that actually renders the stuff from the directory, like renders the actual content that we've loaded. So then we have to, you know, if the files are already there, then we update it. And so I think this works properly. It's very confusing that there's like essentially two race conditions that could go, either one of them could go first, depending on lag, essentially. And that's kind of crazy. And it splits the universe into two different potentials. So what am I thinking? Well, that was the problem. That's now a little bit more clear. And directory load and then match. So the question is, will the thing have rendered yet? And I think once the JSON has loaded, then we haven't necessarily rendered the page. And even if we wait for the app.ready, so here's where this gets kind of wonky, or at least I need to think this through. Like the page loading and rendering probably needs to happen in phases, but these cross dependencies maybe shouldn't be like event based and should be like direct, like waits, essentially. The idea here is that if you can await app dot whatever dot ready, essentially, then you have much clearer reasoning or whatever. And like the order of operations, rather, you know, it'll figure itself out in terms of what needs to go when. Even if you change something, it's like, well, if you know that this thing has to happen right after this thing, it's not always the case, but like if you use, you know, instantiate, initialize, ready, render, rendered, those are kind of the basic steps, right? Can chuck shit in there and hope it works. But like when it comes time to, you know, having sub-event kind of timing, like, well, they're both, you know, should need to do this thing in the same event, you know, at the ready stage, but we need to reorder them. Well, you don't really have much control. You can use priority numbers, but that's just, well, what if they both have the same priority number? Well, no, you gotta go and it just gets really complex. I kind of like the way of making it more, I don't know if that's more declarative than, I don't know. I'm not sure if I understand declarative and imperative well enough to use those words properly, but it just seems like maybe a little bit better. But yeah, so like, do we need to wait for... Here's the thing, like, if directory app.directory.matched is set before the page, well, let's just say before window.load, I think we're fine. But if not. It's really if just say if there's lag and load. Well, let's just say the pay directory.read.json load in time, and the app.ready resolves, and the page renders and checks app.directory.matched. It won't have the proper value. So that is the race condition that fails. And that's kind of surprised I was able to figure that out, because that's pretty deep logic right there. So I could make the app.ready wait for the directory, but I think I was having an issue with that before. I don't really remember what it was. I think maybe I was kind of going that route and then realized, like, wait, I don't know if I need to nor want to. But all these different kind of like do this first, then do that thing, I gotta get this straightened out in my head, because this is not the last time we're gonna have to decide what has to happen first. And a lot of times the order doesn't really matter, or at least like a generic order could work. But I was thinking here, rather than delaying the app.ready and basically the import of the app, which I'm already thinking I might need to fix that. I don't know if I might want to allow the app to be created and imported before app.ready. It's just it's the convenience of being able to not have to await app.ready in your script. But maybe that's part of this. Maybe app.ready doesn't resolve. Maybe the app gets imported instantly and then you have to always await app.ready. But for what? For rendering content? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, you don't have to wait for the window.load to render content. It just waits. You should wait till the body is set up properly, and that can happen pretty much instantly, I think. Unless I don't know if the script is in the head, could it possibly request it? And while it's like doing a bunch of other work to load a bunch of CSS, for example, or do some other heavy lifting in the head, it hasn't actually gotten to the end of the head by the time the original JavaScript gets there. Is it possible for a script to basically a module to be imported and ran before the body even exists? Because that was kind of the whole thing about DOM loaded or DOM ready or whatever with jQuery, is like you can't start rendering shit before it's ready. But I think that was also part of it was about loading giant websites that needed to be parsed and running a script on the page before it had a chance to dig into all the HTML. And so you'd query something and it just didn't exist yet. I don't know if the same problem exists. I think I'm thinking through this too deep, but welcome to my life. So what was I thinking here? I think I just delete this. I don't know this. Can I not move that above, please? I had a focus issue there. I really hope I don't have these focus issues with my own UI stuff. Well, okay, so where was I? Thinking deep about something, I just don't even remember what it was. But the general problem here is, oh yeah, the load order and DOM ready and that stuff. Okay, so I might need to rethink so the reason to delay export for an app is so you don't have to await app.ready in every page. But maybe it's worth it. But then the next question is, do you even need to? But we do things we need to wait for. You can't use the socket before it's connected. Like, you can't send messages. You can't you probably don't want to render content before all the CSS, fonts, icons, and even other JavaScript and whatever. Now, I'm not sure if it's worth trying to micromanage the loading order, or if you just keep throwing shit at the fan, and if as long as it works, then throw shit at the fan. Yeah. At the wall and shit hits the fan. That's funny. Throw shit at the fan. That's a funny visual, because it would like slice and dice and just make a big fucking mess. Hopefully it doesn't get blown. Which side of the fan are you standing on? That's the big question. Hopefully it doesn't blow it back at ya. Depends on what kind of shit we're talking about. Alright, so or throw shit at the fan and deal with it later. So yeah, there are things that need to be waited on. Like, I can't even, there's sockets, the directory loading, any JSON, loading JSON, like, you can't use the data. You don't necessarily have to delay rendering for the data, but I mean, you have like an update function, but generally, you know, getting as much done before you do the rendering kind of just prevents that. You don't want to like chuck shit in the page and then come back and update. I think that's a cause of jank. So maybe my update system needs reworking, but right now it's like, whatever. We'll just fix it later. As long as it works, as long as I can get the right thing in the right place, I don't really care if it flashes for a second. I mean, I do eventually, but not. It's terribly important to jump through hoops, but I do want to try and think this through. I think it could go either way. Do you want to, like, either import things from app, then await app.ready, and then render your shit, or import render without waiting. It's not a huge deal, but first might be clearer. Better? Because then you have the option to put shit before it and or after it, and it's just sort of like an easy kind of benchmark to quickly and easily, like if you want to do some config or whatever before it's ready, then do that, and so you could have different events, just making it easy to like do certain things at the config phase so that you're sure you're doing it before rendering. And then you don't necessarily have to. So I think you could have both. I think you could have like these kind of generic event-based things that might be helpful, especially if there's not a specific like dependency. If it literally is just like a function of the app, like you can't await a method. I mean, actually you can, but I don't know if you want, like, yeah, you can't await a method without calling the actual function to do something and create a promise from it, which is not really. It'd be kind of cool if you could just await a function, like, to make it clear, await app.initialize. But like you'd have to call it, and that's not really what you want to do because you'd be reinitializing it. But if you could await app.initialize, it's just a standard method, but like now we're using the method as a promise or an event, really, kind of a stage, like a hook. That's kind of like a pretty simple pattern, but I don't think that would ever work, or anyone would ever try and do that, because you don't await functions, you await promises, and definitely don't want to. Unless it's some sort of awaitable method. Like await something that is meant to be used as a sort of a delay, but like it's sort of just, it's like a callback for some event at the root level without having to pass any callback. Like callback hells when you get so nested into callbacks that it gets hard to debug and figure out what the heck's going on. I haven't had to deal with that much, but I've heard about it, and I think doing something like this isn't terrible. Well, could you use like app.click or app.keydown or something for just waiting for the next? But the problem is using it for recurring hooks means you have to reinitialize the whole thing, and then I think that's just a memory leak, or it feels like a memory leak. It might work, it might not even, it might garbage collect it fine, but I don't know. I'm getting in the weeds now. Timing, yeah, app.ready. I don't know. I am kind of leaning towards it, but let's see if we can delay this decision because I have like too many irons in the fire. I need to get the core, move core modules to core, and then get directory working. Yeah, so this directory, it is a router, it is like a pager, it is, well, I don't know, is it a pager? Still haven't figured that out. How are we doing the preventative rendering? Is it this? I think it is, but then we have this ordering problem. And how do we do this properly? Yeah, so the case that the case that the app directory matched isn't ready means that we could delay app. Well, let's write this down. I've tried this once. I thought there was a problem with it. Delay app.ready. Whoops. Jesus, why did it turn that into a URL? Delay app.ready until app.directory.ready or loaded or whatever. I think there is a ready one that I was working with. And what was the problem there? It might have just been like, well, I don't know if it fails. Can you also, well, I mean, this means app can't be imported until directory is ready. If the file load fails, can we still resolve it? I think you can. You just need to, is it a catch? And then, because I think the whole fetch and promise situation, I think you'd have to catch it and then in the catch, you know, like in the, if there's an error, then you still resolve as ready. It wouldn't really be ready, but you just can't hold up the whole thing. You'd have to somehow render an error. Interesting. I haven't really designed error reporting systems. Probably should. It's really useful for UI type stuff. Okay, so yeah, I think this would have to be a fetch catch like maybe it's just this dot resolve. I had it set up at a different place, but not using that property for anything else, so why not? And then render an error. Yeah, that's a cool function or feature. Rendering a little error would be pretty easy. So can't be imported until directory is ready. Yeah, delaying any of the app things for any of these other things means that like you're just, your whole system is dependent on all the things, and if any one of them breaks, I'm not actually sure. I was having an issue with catching an error yesterday, but that was something. It was basically if a fetch fails, even if you catch it, it'll still log an error to the console, like a get error, which I think is just an automatic thing that you can't avoid, which is a little unfortunate. Not a huge deal, but I don't think that's normally an issue. I don't know enough about catching errors here, how they're thrown, how they like bubble or cancel, or throwing and catching and trying and whatever. So I could ask the chat GPT to try and explain that. I would like to create like web guides to just explain some of these things, whether it's JavaScript stuff or web stuff or whatever, to help people who want to learn about the web get caught up faster, because there's a lot of shit going on and it's all pretty confusing until you figure it out, and then it's not so confusing. Right? But some of the things like you can't really just figure out because there's a lot of natural complexity to it, and finding simple, elegant solutions isn't always easy. So, okay, so delay app ready until app directory ready. Looking a little stormy outside, I'm not gonna lie. Well, let's think about this. Whoa, that just went to the top of the page? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Bro. This is not what we want. Holy shit, Notion. Why did that happen? That was fucking stupid. Well, let's turn this into a big one. Like, stacking a bunch of module ready promises in front of app.ready could be a really bad idea. However, should be able to figure out how to make it work with catching the errors and resolving anyway. It's just more, well, then it's like, well, why wait if you don't need to? Well, we got to figure out how to fail gracefully, essentially, I think is how you think about that. Is that for some things, yeah, and then for each thing that fails, you kind of need to like have the proper cascade of either errors or whatever, so that it's not just like app could not resolve, or you know, like some generic bullshit. I don't know, that's all crazy. I don't know if, again, I don't know if piggybacking on one event is a good idea. Part of me thinks it's pretty easy and simple, but what's the alternative? Well, what is the requirement here? What am I even trying to do? It's like directory.json might load first. Window.load might happen first. And app.ready renders page. Unless we switch over to always requiring app.ready on every page. I mean, I was sort of thinking like maybe the app is not even required on every page. The app is sort of like a big kind of chunky, do a bunch of things that you might not want to do. But in this case, we could switch from or at least for some pages, instead of exporting after ready, we automatically instantiate app, export it, and then do the await on the actual page. That is way more flexible. Could you then just import the core from some pages? I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with just importing the app, especially if it's going to be there on. But if you had a dynamic page like well, so I was calling it indexed, and now I'm let's just call it a dynamic page for now. If you had a dynamic page, that can't like be loaded directly, essentially, then you might not need the app. But it doesn't hurt to just always import from /app.js because it's quick and easy to type. Although you might just always paste one line, import everything, because that's easy too. And the conclusion here was if it's a dynamic page, you'll need, like, it's being lazy loaded by another page that has properly already done all the other stuff, and the dynamic page doesn't need to wait for anything. It can have content at the root, essentially, is the gist there. Well, even with the await, it's the content's still at the root, so it's more like it can render immediately. Okay, so I was just thinking that it could just be a function that runs, or like a module that runs immediately. You put any code you want in one of these little things. Now the hash runner, or the sort of directory, as I'm calling it now, is more of a navigational tool, and so it's not like a script. Well, it is a script runner, but it's not a function runner essentially. I mean, it is. It's more like you don't necessarily want all the potentially importable, runnable things to be kind of these isolated, click the nav, switch over to that page, and just run that one page. You kind of want them to be modular, and let's do a quick side note for this. This is dynamic imports for anything. I was taking notes about this yesterday. Similar to dynamically importing pages to render, could import anything that then essentially just appears on screen as a module with exports that can be explored. And then functions can be ran. Classes can be instantiated and configured, saved, whatever. And that could be very kind of like cross-functional, where anything you create anywhere on the site, you could browse around the site, find the file or directory or whatever for the module, import it, and then see what happens. Now, if it's an actual function, what about actual like scripts? Like, instead of defining things for export, it imports some things and does some things with them. And so by importing it, you're running it. this should be called a name.script.js, so then the runner knows how to render it properly so that it's obvious that clicking the import button, let's does something. I like that little play thing there. Okay, that's cool and very potentially useful, and yeah, but how are we going to fix this problem here? I don't know. Where was I even typing? Yeah, so I could switch over to the app, always awaiting app.ready on every page so that then I am not delaying the import. Does that actually help things here? Because well, what is this? I don't think that actually changes things. Wait, what? What was that? I don't think that actually changes things. If we switch over to requiring app.ready on every, like within the page, then the app can, well, the app.ready still potentially is part of window.load. It could use like DOM-ready or something else to be a little bit quicker. But in either way, you might, using this as just a rough example of a race condition where one thing might load before another thing, I need to figure out how to get these things squared up so that they essentially are both ready. Well, let me ask ChatGPT. Maybe there's a simple trick for doing it. In JS, if you have two promise race conditions, I mean, you just say promise.and and it fucking does it. Boom, boom. Right? Well, yeah. Promise.all. So holy shit, I'm losing sight of what I'm trying to do here. Ah yes, it's the matching. We need to wait in directory. We need to wait for directory.json before we can match. And then in the page, you need to wait for app.directory before we can check app.directory.matched. Can you if await? Never even thought about this, but God, await is kind of this crazy thing. Whoops. If await app.directory.ready or .matched. So not only does it await the decision, but then it's a true or false. That's kind of a crazy pattern. I've never seen that before, but seems pretty legit. But you'd really want this, which is kind of strange. But now we're getting a little bit more precise about what are we waiting for, which I think is always a good idea, because then you're it is kind of it's the same thing as before, only in a asynchronous way, and it looks a little strange, and it reads a little unclear, but I think it is kind of the best. I think it is kind of the best way. Or it's just await app.directory.ready. This maybe is better, and then if app.directory.matched is just a normal Boolean. That actually looks a little clearer. Because like making the matched thing be a promise that resolves the Boolean is just not a common thing. So I think that's the pattern that we need. That's it, man. Don't make app.ready wait for directory, because it doesn't need to. This is the condition that we want, and regardless of what app.ready is doing, this will work the way it's supposed to. So whether, if it's already ready, not sure actually. If this is already resolved, does this run in sequence, or does this like pop out of the event loop? And let's ask ChatGPT, it probably knows. If you await a already resolved promise, does the script continue in sync, or does it pop out of the and come back a millisecond later? That's kind of interesting, because you might think like, wait, why is this not, it's resolved. Anyway, gonna have to document all these things and try and figure it out, but I kind of like this. I think this is the pattern for the future. It's like just await exactly what you need. Now the ready thing isn't particularly clear about, but let directory decide when it's ready, which is essentially when this is ready. But so that's a little bit less kind of like a right hand, left hand type shit, but I think that's the way. So how do we get that working? Well, let's go to our test page, and so wait, why don't I just copy and paste that shit in there? Sheesh. Come on, where are the exclamation points? I wanted exclamation marks. All right, and then this, let's just get rid of this for a second and go back to the thing and go back home. All right, this was this test. Whoo, default content. Okay, but I don't know if it did anything yet. But it resolved. I wasn't actually thinking about whether I had a proper promise, ready promise that resolves properly, but it looks like I had set that up for something. Loaded. Wait, what? Where do I resolve the... I resolve it. Wait, what? This dot ready, this dot ready, this dot ready. Do I not have a ready promise on here? No, it's right here. How did that work? That shouldn't have worked. Oh my god. What is going on here, man? How does this resolve? Oh, wait. App.directory.ready. Why, man? Why? How? How does that work? There isn't even... Let's debugger it, even though the debugger is being a fucking asshole. Okay. App.directory.ready undefined. There's no fucking way it passed that. Jesus Christ, you've got to be kidding me. How? How and why? Wait a second. If you await undefined, it automatically resolves without throwing any errors. What the fuck? That's pretty stupid. Like awaiting app dot whatever and not realizing you didn't create the promise yet. Yeah, I know, okay. Well, you live and you learn, so now be extra careful not to fuck it up. Okay, so we need to go into directory, turn on the promise that I had already set up. We now have this, I think I'm just going to call this dot resolve. That's the pattern for dot ready and dot resolve. And then we probably want to, we probably want to, if you want a promise, isn't there... Finally or something? Ooh, I remembered. But we kind of want to put the return that. I think that's right. So I was messing with this. This could be way cleaner. I think we're just going back. I don't think that ChatGPT was giving me some bullshit advice the other day, and I was trying to figure out how to catch this thing without it logging an error. I don't actually need that though. I don't actually care. And now I think I've broken this a bit. No, I just want to get rid of... I think I'm just going to get rid of this whole catch statement. I think that's fine. I don't need to resolve on... I think just in the loaded, then we say down here, this dot resolve. We do want to resolve with this, though. Wait, what is that doing there? God damn it. This fucking schizo AI. Right? It's not actually important in this case, but some cases it is, because you want to set something equal to something. It's really when you're making a new one that you're doing, like new thing, await new thing dot ready. That's when it's important. So not that important here, but just for practice, we'll put that there. Okay, so back to the thing. And God, I wish there was a better way to not have the just automatically resolve like that with a undefined. Jeez, man, that's crazy. This is still undefined. Did I not save it? Why is this still undefined? Oh no, now it's defined. It said undefined. What the fuck? Okay, so. Alright, so now this is fine. Now this should work properly. And it's crazy, my bullshit detector just caught that whole thing. I would say I have a pretty good intuition for how these things are supposed to work, and when they're working and when they're not working properly, even when it's pretty hidden. Those exclamation marks are kind of cool, the way they're shaped. Okay, so that is sort of set up properly. Now we need to do the matching, and let's go back and then go to this my page here, because it's importing. We're doing a match before the files are ready, so we need to move the match to the loaded callback. Do we want to update before or after matching? Probably doesn't matter. Definitely before resolving. And I would say we just do it right here. So we can leave that for a second. I think that it's getting closer to where we want to be. No match, it says. But it should be. And it's not matching because the match needs to do something special here. And essentially the thing to match is passed into, and this we don't want. This is just that low. Where was that match bit there? I think it's just this thing here. We're not using some complex load function. We're just using a nice little match.full, though, is interesting here. Wait, let's comment this out so I don't forget that match.full is something that I think I'm making in the match function. I think this and the match are sort of the same thing. Let's think this through. We're just going to comment this out. We're not going to try and load anything. We're going to... All right, so this full thing that's passed in is... Okay. Do we want the slash when we import? I'm not sure, but I think so. Yeah, or else it's going to be relative. I'll have to think about that, but I think maybe we just want to substring one it. I think the script loader before somehow didn't, but also for matching though. Yeah. Maybe we need a substring 2 for the matching part. Because, well, do I have the files? I should have app.files. No? Fuck off. Or is it just window.files? No. Alright, we need to look at the files. We need to say, and this match definitely needs to go, well, not just that, both of these need to go after loaded. Probably even after filter and compare, because they get run first in that function. Okay, so we can log these files anywhere, like right here, console.log. Sure. Files, 4 files. And, okay, so I sort of need, I need to look at some deeper versions here. All right, so when we have, yeah, there's no leading slash. We're matching against this full thing here. And if we go to, I'm trying to think. So the ext is, let's look at framework, app. Wait, what? Wait, what? Framework, children, app, 0, children is 0? No, not app, ext. All right. And then ext doesn't have any children. It's one of these indexed ones, though. And I think I'm going to change that from, but making it ext.js, isn't that just confusing? I think maybe we stick with indexed for now. It's not perfect, but what was the reason for naming it the, yeah, it's just, it wouldn't be clear to somebody who doesn't know the system that that's what's going on. And so neither is the whole index pattern, but I just, or it could be like a default.page.js. Maybe that's the right way. Oh, but then it's again, for framework ext, yeah, ext, right? Framework ext, yeah. Just say this file name is not clear at all. I think it should be a page.js. So it could be yeah, that's what it should be. Much clearer. All the wins, none of the losses, because it's going to shorten that up to the ext is just the base path without the file name, and then it's way more clear that this is not a random script with the same name as the directory. It's an actual page, which could be different, and then you still have the possibility of the ext.js if you wanted to. Okay. Okay, so we'll figure that out in a second. But this will change a little bit of this whole indexed logic. But in terms of in the match and in this whole substring business, just trying to think through all these different cases. Maybe I try and do that whole switch over now just so that it's a little bit more clear. So for the ext, where's the ext? This one. We're matching the full path against the hash. So if we strip off the hash character and the leading / character, the first two, then we get this one. We kind of need to remove the last one too. I should in my test just to remove this from like I don't know if the whole framework, it's confusing me that it's in the framework and that might work differently. Let me create in my test folder new folder. Let's call this default. That's kind of the new file, default.page.js. And then instead of there's really no reason. I can just change this page name, right? Like rename and make this sub. And then I was just thinking about capitalization again. I mean, I could just auto capitalize for the rendering. Maybe that's just the quick and easy way. But yeah, the UX thing gets a little wonky. I don't know if these lowercase ones maybe should stay lowercase even for. I think the nav should try and. I should try and figure out a system where they're either all uppercase or all lowercase or something. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. No, this is going to get cleaned up. A lot of these classes are going to go within folders, and so maybe it can be all lowercase. Hopefully we'll get there in a few minutes. But this is nice. All right, so I'm trying to show kind of the various ways this could work. And you probably couldn't have. Well, so we're not doing the index.js anymore. We're doing it this way. But if it's not showing up as a default. It throws out the default because it doesn't know to do that. Okay, so in the directory, we're going to have to change our filter function. So for each child, if the child name equals dot, so it would be the fd dot I think it's the fd dot name. And let's just put these in parentheses so I don't make any order of operations issues. That's an interesting thing. I've always been confused about these, but if you... So one space around this one, and then 2 spaces around this one. And then you go 3 or whatever, but it just kind of helps visually group the chunks. 0 spaces for the first level, 1 space for the next level. I think that should work. Oh, look, default. Nice. Okay, so then we're going to change this to default equals true. And then default here. And then yeah, now the problem is we kind of want to throw out, fuck. So we need to, for these actual files here, if it includes this thing here, but if fuck, we don't have a parent, do we? God damn it. We need the parent, so we're walking through each of these. So, and then we're going through each child, but how does this start? We start by filtering the root level files. But we don't have a parent yet. I don't know if this is going to work. Fuck, but no, we don't pass that in. Wait, what? Why is this so big? 66. No bueno. Jeez, I'm losing my mind here. It's a big page. I need to fix that. So I need to set a parent on each FD so that the FD.children, the child FD.parent equals the parent FD. Because I need to do a check down here to see if this is one of these default. Wait, unless... Okay, here's what we do. If... Fuck. What does find return? What does r.find return? I think it returns the thing that it finds. Mm-hmm. I could grab that and then do it here. Really? You've got to be fucking kidding me. I'd be surprised if const thing equals 5 console.log thing is thing. Huh. That's right. This fucking computer's so smart. But it's in this hole. That works, but you're calling find twice. What? It's still calling find twice, you dumb computer. I guess template literal here is a little cleaner. Bonk. No. $, curly bracket, no plus. Let me just ring the doorbell. Backslash. I should go answer it. All right. Door-to-door guy selling AT&T. We already have internet and phone, like mobile phone plans. We already have AT&T internet. It seems to be doing fine. Not really complaining. I mean, occasionally I feel like I could download faster, but like, I don't know if my end is the limitation for downloading. In fact, a download UX, like you should see the potential bandwidth and how much you're downloading. Like if you're only downloading at, you know, a megabyte per second, and the thing you're downloading could, you know, the bandwidth available is like 100 megabytes or a gigabyte per second or whatever, and you could be downloading 1,000 times faster, you should see it and be like, oh, you got a weak internet connection there, bro. But if you have the opposite, if you have a gigabyte per second download speed, and the thing that you're downloading is only coming in at a megabyte per second, then it's like, whoa, you're downloading some weak ass shit. So, all right, where were we? I should go get some cold pizza while I'm thinking this through. That's a great idea. Okay. God damn, I was so deep in thought. It's gonna take me a few minutes to get back to where I was. Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure out this whole matching business, and I think I need to grab the found child here. Alternatively, I could do it in here. Which I think would need to go here. Oops. And then no, I fucked it up. I have an extra parenthesis from before when I was refactoring. Okay. So then I can go to a new line. I don't like making a big function here inside of this conditional thingy. Should probably this looks really weird, but I might try and refactor this later. Let's just see if I can get this working. The child FD trying to type with a slice of pizza on my hands. Okay. Oops. Will that work? What happened? Unexpected token. Might have fixed it. Reload. Alright. This isn't working anymore. This should work. Wait. It's because this needs to be the return value. Okay, JavaScript. Okay. There it is. Just as it should be. No more, no less. And, I just bit my tongue a little bit. So, are these... Where's my test thing? The default page. What if we put a new... other page? Ooh. What? Why not? So that's not working. Sub is working, but another is not. Why not? Okay. So, oh, we're skipping all the children here. Fuck. So confusing. This is the worst code I've ever written, but I'm just... Alright, to get this to work, we need to check the condition and only skip if this is true. If condition is true, then skip and return true, otherwise return false. Is this actually here? I don't... It's so confusing. What is like auto completing or... Alright, these... I guess this can be back here. That's weird though. Maybe this should be back here. Jesus Christ, what a mess. I need to fix that. But, is it working? Save. Another! Yay! It worked. Another slice of pizza for this great accomplishment. And then... do we have all of the cases set up properly? I guess really the one would be if there's an index. A folder with an index.html. That's kind of the only other one, but I think that's fine. Now, one potential problem is if... yeah, okay. So, the problem with this whole setup is that if you have a folder, it's just a folder, no scripts in it, and inside you have a folder that does have scripts in it, pages in it basically, then it's going to get skipped because it doesn't have its own index.html, it doesn't have its own name.page, and it's not the page itself. So the only way
Ha! Look at this. Well, first let me prove that this is broken by going in here to just say new folder. One. A. B. I don't like the way it collapses those. That's stupid. A dot page dot JS. It doesn't show up. Now, if we have this whole thing, obviously, well, here, let's just copy and paste this into test. A will show up by itself, but if it's nested, it's getting ignored. So now I can just, I think if I just say or, yep, exactly that. Thank you, sir. Boom. Now we keep it. Because, now is there a chance that it's going to get skipped if, no, because this is only in this case, I think. So, I think we got it. It's a little crazy, but I think that's what we want. And, what is this one doing here? Oh, that's inside test. It's not really clear at all, I guess, with that line. If you focus on that line, you can tell, but these need to be indented more. I have no idea what all these M's are. Oh, modified. Contains emphasized items. Wow, okay. One problem. What is the problem? Oh, no. Not that. Okay, so now getting this thing so I can click through them quickly. Definitely a useful thing to do. It's kind of cool how well this works. Like, when I add a folder, it just pops up. If I were to delete it, it just appears. But let's keep it for now, just because why not? But yeah, I mean, I think that fixed it. Okay, so B gets skipped because it's got nothing, and if we put a file in there, it would show up. Let's just copy this and then paste it inside of itself and then rename it to, oh, wait, what? It put it at the same layer instead of deeper, so it should be 2. I was gonna put it, wait, what? Are you freaking kidding me? What is going, no way, bro. Why? Jesus Christ. Renaming one copy to WTF. Whoa. We might be having watch errors or whatever. Let's close, Control C, cancel this out. Okay, now it's good. Now we can watch it again. I think there were some issues there. Might have to wrestle with Eno, and I think that was What are these little lines here? I have no idea. Whoa. Oh, there's... It's like a timeline. That's actually kind of cool. Alright, so... I think that's fine. And hopefully we don't get those little weird buggy things, but what else we got to do here? Well, does it throw the right... Wait, what? No clickies on here? Why not? Why no clicky? Oh, because in the directory, which of course is now on this side of the editor, we have real and default. Okay, so now another must be, where is another? What the fuck? Another is in default, but it didn't do it properly. So it's for, yeah, the same file open on two screens. That's crazy. The file, render file. Okay, so it's not name, it's full. That was the problem. Go back to the home, click on another. There we go. Now another.page.js. I thought I removed the thing from the thing. Where did I? Here. This one. If it includes page.js. And then this one needs to be default and default. Yeah, I don't think we want to use these really generic classes. We need to prefix these. I'll figure that out in a second. How come the name was... Oh, because we sort of need to do this with the full. So dot full dot replace page.js, comma, one of these. And I don't think we want a trailing slash. Another, boom. Okay. Default has a trailing slash because it's the default .page.js. And another is another .page.js. And one doesn't work. Oh, because one is just a folder. And so it doesn't actually do anything. So I gotta think that UX, like, do you not hover, have a hover state? I mean, if it's not clickable, maybe not having the hover state just, and not even a pointer, it just kind of makes it clear that it's none of those, but it also might expand or collapse, so maybe there is something to be done there. Alright, so what are we thinking? I'm thinking it's working. It's not pretty, but it's working. And I do think this is a pretty good mix of pretty good mix of features, complexity, usefulness. Because now we can have these complex routes, but they need to load properly. So, I don't know, should this just be a single page? Like if I used a bundler on it later, I could bundle it all up, and it could just be a... I mean, I could literally just put the whole bundle in the HTML file. So you go to any page and it loads the root, and everything is client-side routed. It's not a bad idea, but wouldn't be as ideal for giant. Like if I want the website to be big and have lots of content or lots of users or something, then you can't do that. So. All right, where was I? What's next? So we got that working. So now we gotta figure out how to do this part. The matching. Ah, yes. I don't think we need anything else here. I don't remember what this was. Okay, so now that I have this somewhat working, I need to now get from the... Where's match? So we get the full hash. But what is it going to have at the end of it? So that's a real path. That's not helping me much here. So default and A are both default pages. What is sub? Sub is a .page.js file. And these could look differently. In fact, the directories could have a trailing slash in their name, so that it's a little more obvious, but not entirely important. The point, though, is that we need to figure out if there's no trailing slash, then if last or this is a page, let's just say add .page.js and ends with. That's not a method of the string, is it? There's no way the string dot ends with is a method. Yo, dot ends. No way, bro. That's crazy. Since when? I've never heard of that. If full that ends with no, then full dot how do we append equals plus equals page.js. All right, and then then, wait, what? Fuck. Am I logging the file data? Does the file data have the page.js? It should, right? Framework. Let's go test. Children. Full. So some of them do, but why do... Because I fucked it up. I removed the... Wait, no, these are just directories, 1 and 2. They don't have page.js. Default. Children. Now, okay, full still. Okay, I don't think I touched the full thing. I edited some names, which is probably not a good idea. Where was I doing that? Yeah, let's just not do this here. I don't... no, I don't know. Let's just say that short. So then in the directories, render file, there. Now we don't fuck with the data. Okay, so, what was I just doing? What was I just doing? Matching. So we're doing the search, and yeah, we're searching the FDs to see if one of them is a match. But it's like a recursive search, and yeah, I think we just import the full. Oh baby, we could just call that URL instead of full. I think this should work. No match. Test/test/sub. Okay, because it doesn't end with this. Now, so for test/sub, no, it's more like if it doesn't end with this, right? All right. Assignment to constant. Plus equal. Oh, no can do, man. This needs to be var. Directory 111 failed to resolve module specifier test/subpage.js. So we need to put the leading slash beforehand. Boom! Hello from subpage.js. Woohoo! Let's go! I could do a console logging just for clarity's sake, even a group or whatever. In fact, here's where I want to async await that bitch, right? What would be the problem with asyncing the match function? Well, the problem is this is all going to run before it's done. Yeah. Before the script gets there. It's not necessarily a problem. So this resolving just needs to be done once the data gets there, not before the file gets there. Although, maybe we need to know once that module has ran, but that could happen multiple times, right? this could all get way more complex if we start trying to do like active paging and shit. But for now, let's see here. I guess I'll put this pizza away. Hello world. We're still streaming here. So, matchy. I was just thinking whether this system could be used to kind of basically clone a repo of a complex directory structure. And, you know, once you add it to your site, it just shows up in the list. Like, imagine this test thing where, like, a repo, I just get clone whatever repo into test folder, and then boom, it's there. And all of the, if it follows the same pattern with index.html files and page.js files, .page.js files, then it just automatically renders that shit. That'd be cool. So let's see. We still need this thing to match. So yeah, once the data only match after data is loaded, and do all of these work properly. So the sub.page.js and the default no match. Ooh, okay, so if it ends in a trailing slash, I think we default it to again, do we even need to match? Do we even need this recursive matching? It might not even matter if there's a thing there, right? Like, what was the deal about the clicky hashy, the full thing and replace? Well, yeah, you just take on the subpage here, you just take the hash and put a .page.js on the end. And if it ends in a slash, then it's got to be the last part. Yeah, so fuck the matching. We don't need to match, dude. No matching necessary. Where's match? But the match is doing this thing, so so let's just pretend like we're not gonna match, and load. So let's just go here and say load, and yeah, and then yep. So then we need a var here. I prefer to have the positive case first, just because it makes more logical sense to not have negation on a Boolean right off the bat. So if the URL ends with a slash, now what we need to do is, okay, this gets a little tricky. Okay, if a path
ends. Well, forget that. It's just like if a path is 1, 2, how can I add the last path part as a .page.js file to the path 1, 2, 2.page.js. Split filter boolean? What? What does that do? The fuck? What does filter boolean do? Does it really? 1, 2, split slash. Holy fork. I guess. Okay, and what the hell is Boolean's not a function, is it? It's a constructor. Isn't Boolean a constructor? Wait, what? That's wild. Crazy. Crazy sauce there. So then it I don't know if that works. Let's see. What would be the function here? Path as the input and full is the fuck. I don't know. Yeah, this one. Yeah, we just get rid of this. Okay. No? Equals? Unexpected equals. Oh. Okay. Path op on 1/1/2. Why is it? length minus 1. Well, let's just say 1/1/2 dot split. Let's add that trailing slash, although it could be optional. Vector boolean. Does this work for without the slash? Yeah, okay. And then what? The parts we okay, so length minus 1. Basically, parts dot length is undefined because of the 0 indexing, and that was just a little unclear to me because I'm a little rusty at this old coding bullshit. And so yeah, it's basically that name we're trying to extract from the thing. I could just copy that little function there in there, right? If it works. Where was that going? Load. But I really just need fucking hell. I think I can just chuck a function in the body. All right, what does that do there? Load, okay, and then let's just console.log loading URL. We'll do that in a second. Wait, what is that thing return there? It does have the leading slash. Path plus name plus page.js. Path is the original. Plus the name plus the page. What is path up with this? Ooh, that's not what we want. But about 1. Yeah. I just need, so this one, the URL should have the leading slash on it, but this one, all right, well, let's try this. I think this is actually what we want. Wait, what? No leading slash. We must be doing the page, your path up. Oh, because let's leave the leading, or the ending, not ending, the leading slash. Let's leave the leading slash. And then we get the right path name there. And then And then what do we do? Why don't we test these other ones? Subpage. No, we don't want. Now we don't need. Now we go back to plus equals. There we go. I think we figured it out, man. That's a real one. But then how about... Can we have a test, a separate test.js right here? Let's see. Right in the root. New file, test. Test. Oh, and we already have a test.js down here. But it's not a page. So we can go back in and new file, test.page.js. Boom! Now we got a test right here, which might not be what we want. Two things named test. They'd have to look different. But one's the test page, and one is the actual real route. Okay, but I think, the page is loading. All right, it's not actually loading. Let's make it load. Whoops, where was I? Import load. So instead of this, we just import URL. Was that it? Where was the match function? Import. Yeah, just import URL. All right, so to make sure it's working, let's go into the test folder and go to subpage. Yep. And then let's go to, 1 and 2 don't have a page. Test/A. But test/A, which does have a page. Yeah, sure. No, this isn't test page, you dummy. This is a page. But this is really test/A/A dot page. Yeah, sure. And just for shits, you could turn this back on and just verify that all those things are matchy-matchy. But I hand coded that, so I could have made a mistake. But default page.js. No, it's a default page, but it's actually /test/default/default page. Let's copy that mouthful and go over here to another. So this is the matching one, and that kind of just becomes its parent essentially, and this is another. Beautiful. It works perfectly. Alright, so that's good, but it's not loading shit. So how do we do that? Well, as I had said long ago in a galaxy far, far away, the way to do this is well, all right, so the thing that the matching could do is it could help the handshake between existing files and hashes. But the hash isn't really going to get there unless you click on something with a hash. I think we just blindly trust this thing is going to work because, It should. And then the import essentially here, it has less to do with whether there's a match and just whether there's a hash. So setting up a whole property, matched property is probably less useful than just a proper comment. So more or less, whoops, this is the wrong index. We want to go to the, whoops, cancel, don't drag that around, index here. All right, and then we say if window.location.hash. I think it's just window.location.hash. Is this a Boolean? Ah! That was wild. It's a false. So if it is false, then render the main content. Render the main content. Does the app have access to the directory? We could do it. App this. Because we do want to do some capturing. Which means we sort of want to render the center. Sort of like we just put this right in here. And then move this bit up here. And so this should be app.main, and then the rest should work. Does this properly? I think this properly does create the center, but well, let's see. And where's my directory? Here. It's in the loaded. No, it's in the import. Okay, so no, not that one. Load import. Okay, so what if load is asynchronous? I think that's fine, actually. Well, this is asynchronous anyway, so definitely no problem. Async. What we want to do here is we can even do a group. I guess we just name it that group. Yeah. Yar. But we want to go view. Do we have the view in here? We sure do. Well, first, let's debugger this little Jimmy here, and looking at app. Do we import the app there? I don't even think app should be defined here. Why is that an app? Did I make it window.app? Probably did. Window.app. Okay, well, doesn't matter, it's the same fucking app. So app equals this dot app. True. Okay, so app dot main dot center. App dot main is undefined. Why? because this happens too quickly. We initialize the directory. The directory creates a new directory. The directory initializes, fetches the JSON, but doesn't call loaded until later, but clearly before the app is ready and before the page is rendered. So this is another one of these. I'm just shooting myself in the foot because all this stuff is trying to go, and now everything's always got to wait for the app because my app, my app's a little retarded. So maybe I need to fix that. I was kind of thinking about doing that earlier, but what did I say in my notes about? Yeah, something like that. Or, but wasn't there an 08? Yeah, this one. But, you know, just putting the await app.ready in the rendering business, it's not actually necessary, but it is if you want, like, sockets and all the bullshit ready. Fuck, getting tired. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to keep going with this code stuff. Oh, that's my cat. I knew I heard something. Okay, so the problem here is the page hasn't rendered yet, and so in this load function, when we're trying to set up the capturing, we can't even do it. So we don't really want to import until yeah, we can just delay this, can't we? I think we can. I think we can just say await app.ready. Need the wait, no, that's not gonna work though. Fuck. So this is, it's more like a rendered event. So in the, it's like in the main index.js where we're creating. Wait, what? This is the framework index in the main index.js. The and this should probably be called home.page, right? That would be cool. Home.page.js. That'd be a good name for the framework. Home.page. Anyway, so this waits for the window to load, the app's ready, then we render these things, but we don't know when it's done. This is your problem. And we could do like an await app.ready, then a set timeout 0. That would probably do it, but that's kind of risky. Do we need to await the app? Not necessarily. Let's ask ChatGPT. With old school jQuery, we always had to use a DOM ready CB with script type equals, whoa, type equals, where's equals? There it is. I think it's going to say no. Do defer, do script modules. Oh, the kids are home. Do script modules run after. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's what I was asking. Do script modules run after ready? 7 years ago. Done content loaded. Seems unclear. I don't know, maybe all this waiting is the advantage is what's my note about yeah, this one. Timing. This is definitely a major pain point. Images would have to be in the markup. Hello? Let's see here.
Daddy?
Yes?
Where's Mama?
Where do you think she is?
I don't know.
Where is she usually on Tuesdays at 4 o'clock?
Oh,
Oh.
I mean, at work. What now?
I think I could make this work, but what is the actual problem here? Where was I a second ago? What is the timing problem?
Backpack in a big box. Full of stuff.
Did you bring everything home? Did Penny bring her earrings home?
I don't know.
Can you go ask her?
He's in the bathroom.
Weren't you supposed to remind her?
I had no time.
Go ask her, please. if she forgot them at school, like now's the time to get them, or else they're probably gonna go in a garbage can.
We can't go back at school.
Yeah, we can.
You might be able to for a few minutes. Go ask your sister if she remembered them.
And if she didn't, I'll maybe after her come with me to go.
Maybe I'll go with you.
She said she couldn't find them.
Penny, come here, please. Hey, there's no need to cry.